I am a senior hydrological surveyor for the Department of Natural Resources. My job is not to find ghosts or chase urban legends. My job is to measure the rate of soil erosion and the chemical composition of stagnant water in the Blackwood Basin. Most people see a marsh as a place of beauty or a wasteland of mosquitoes. I see it as a complex machine of decay. In this line of work, you learn quickly that the mundane dangers are the ones that kill you. A misstep into a sinkhole of anaerobic sludge will pull you down faster than any predator. A small cut from a rusted fence post can turn into a systemic infection in 48 hours. You respect the terrain because the terrain is indifferent to your survival. The Blackwood Basin covers 12,000 acres of federally protected wetlands. It is a bowl of peat and silt that has been collecting runoff for 10,000 years. According to every geological survey conducted since the 1920s, there has never been a settlement in the central interior of the marsh. The ground is too soft to support a foundation of stone or timber. It is a liquid landscape. Yet on the 14th of October at exactly 1400 hours, my acoustic sensors recorded a sound that should not exist. I was calibrating a seismic probe near the northern edge of the basin. The air was heavy with the smell of sulfur and wet cedar. My headphones were tuned to the low-frequency vibrations of the earth. Usually I hear the slow groan of shifting tectonic plates or the rhythmic pulse of the tide pushing into the estuary. Instead, I heard a sharp metallic strike. It was followed by a resonance that lasted for nearly 6 seconds. It was the distinct sound of a bronze bell. The frequency was precisely 440 hertz. That is the pitch of a standard church bell. I checked my GPS coordinates. I was 4 miles from the nearest road and 6 miles from the nearest town. There were no structures within my line of sight except for the dead skeletons of cypress trees. I checked the depth gauge on my probe. The sediment went down 80 feet before hitting bedrock. There was no room for a steeple or a belfry. There was only water and the crushing weight of the earth. I moved my equipment 50 yards to the east. I reset the sensors and waited. The marsh was silent. The wind died down and the birds stopped calling. It is a common phenomenon in dense wetlands called the quiet zone where the humidity absorbs all ambient noise. Then it happened again. This time it was not a single strike. It was a rhythmic tolling, 1, 2, 3. The sound was coming from directly beneath my boots. It felt like the vibration was traveling up through the soles of my rubber waders and into my marrow. I pulled out my digital recorder to document the event. I spoke into the microphone, stating my name, rank, and current location. I described the sound as a heavy metallic percussion originating from the subsurface strata. As I played the recording back to verify the audio quality, I heard my own voice through the speaker. But underneath my words there was a faint rhythmic tapping. It sounded like someone was mimicking the cadence of my speech by hitting a pipe against a stone. The next morning I returned with a team of 2 junior technicians. I did not tell them about the bells. I told them we were investigating an anomalous seismic signature that could indicate a collapsing aquifer. We brought a ground-penetrating radar unit. This machine sends electromagnetic pulses into the earth and maps the reflections. If there was a building buried in the muck, the radar would show the outline of its walls. We spent 6 hours dragging the sled across a section of the marsh we call the throat. It is the deepest part of the basin where the water is dark as coffee and the surface is covered in a thick carpet of duckweed. The radar screen remained a flat gray. There were no shapes, no straight lines, no evidence of human architecture. My lead technician, a young man named Miller, pointed to a spike on the monitor. He said the signal was bouncing back from something at the 30-foot mark, but the shape was changing. It was not a solid object. It was a void. A void in a pressurized marsh is a physical impossibility. The weight of the water and silt would collapse any pocket of air instantly. Yet the radar showed a perfect sphere of nothingness moving slowly beneath us. It was pacing our movements. When we stopped, the void stopped. When we turned south, the void turned south. Miller laughed and said it was probably a calibration error caused by the high mineral content of the water. Then the sound started again. It was not a bell this time. It was a series of rapid tolls like a warning. The water around our boat began to vibrate. Small concentric circles rippled outward from the hull. The sound was so loud it bypassed our ears and resonated in our sinuses. Miller dropped his tablet. He reached over the side of the boat and plunged his arm into the water. He said he could feel it. He said the water felt hot. I grabbed his shoulder to pull him back, but he was staring into the dark water with an expression of intense focus. He told me he could see the light. I looked down and saw nothing but the reflection of the gray sky. There is no light 30 feet down in a peat bog. It is a world of total darkness. Miller began to repeat the word light over and over. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Then his voice changed. It became deeper and more resonant. It sounded like the tolling of the bell. We retreated to the base camp 5 miles away. I placed Miller on medical leave and sent him back to the city for an evaluation. I stayed behind to review the data. I began digging through the historical archives of the county. I found a map from 1742 drawn by a French trapper. He had labeled the Blackwood Basin as the place of the sunken tongue. He wrote that the ground here does not just swallow bodies, it swallows sounds. He claimed that if you spoke a secret into the mud would repeat it back to you 100 years later. I spent the night in my field trailer listening to the wind hit the aluminum siding. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the void. I decided to run a linguistic analysis on the audio I recorded earlier that day. I isolated the sound of the bells and ran it through a filter to remove the low-end rumble. When I sped up the recording by 400%, the tolling of the bells began to sound like human phonemes. It was a voice. It was my voice. The recording played back a sentence I had said to Miller earlier that afternoon. I had told him to watch his step. In the recording, the bells chimed in the exact rhythm of that sentence. Watch his step. The pitch was metallic, but the cadence was unmistakably mine. The environment was not just reflecting sound, it was translating it into a medium of bronze and vibration. I returned to the throat alone the following day. I knew it was a violation of safety protocols, but I needed to understand the geometry of the anomaly. I carried a hydrophone, which is an underwater microphone designed for extreme depths. I lowered the sensor into the water on a 100-foot cable. The silence in my headphones was absolute. I began to speak. I asked if anyone was there. I waited for 10 minutes. The water was still. Then the cable began to tension. Something was pulling on the hydrophone. The winch on my boat groaned as the pressure increased. The depth gauge spun rapidly. 50 feet, 60 feet, 80 feet. The cable was now vertical and vibrating like a guitar string. I reached out to cut the line, but a sound erupted from the water that knocked me backward. It was a chorus of bells, thousands of them all ringing at once in a dissonant wall of noise. The sound was so powerful it shattered the glass on my control panel. I scrambled to the motor and started the engine. As I sped away, I looked back at the spot where the cable entered the water. A plume of white sediment was rising to the surface. It formed a shape in the water. It looked like the spire of a cathedral made of silt and bubbles. The air temperature dropped 30 degrees in a matter of seconds. My breath misted in front of my face. I looked at the GPS and realized I was moving in circles. No matter which way I pointed the bow of the boat, the coordinates remained the same. I was trapped in a spatial loop. The trees on the horizon were repeating. I would pass a specific dead cypress, and 30 seconds later I would pass the exact same tree again. The marsh had folded in on itself. I stopped the engine. There was no point in wasting fuel. I sat in the center of the boat and waited. The ringing had stopped, but the silence was worse. It was a heavy, pressurized silence that made my ears ache. I heard a splash near the stern. I turned and saw a hand reaching out of the black water. It was not a human hand. It was made of the same gray silt as the marsh floor. It gripped the edge of the aluminum hull and pulled. The boat tilted. I moved to the opposite side to balance the weight. Another hand appeared, then another. They were not trying to climb in. They were trying to pull the boat down. I grabbed a flare gun from the emergency kit and fired it into the water. The red magnesium light illuminated the depths for a split second. Beneath the boat, there was no water. There was a vast open space. I saw the roof of a massive stone structure. I saw rows of arched windows and a belfry that stretched down into an infinite abyss. The church was not built in the marsh. The marsh was a skin stretched over the church. I realized then that the void the radar had detected was the interior of the building. The bells were not beneath the ground. They were the heartbeat of a place that existed in the negative space beneath our reality. The hands made of silt were the displaced matter of the marsh trying to fill the vacuum I had created by noticing it. I began to recite the standard operating procedures for emergency water egress. I spoke loudly and clearly. I focused on the technical steps: check life vest, deploy signaling device, maintain orientation. As I spoke, the hands began to recede. The logic of my words seemed to act as a tether to the world above. The spatial loop broke. I saw the distant lights of the ranger station on the horizon. I started the engine and did not look back until I reached the dock. I resigned from the department the following week. My official report cited a series of seismic shifts and methane pockets that created auditory hallucinations. I kept the recordings. Sometimes at night I play them back. If I listen closely, I can hear the bells starting to change their tune. They are no longer mimicking me. They are practicing new words. They are learning the names of the people who live in the town nearby. If you ever find yourself in a place where the ground feels soft and the air smells of old copper, listen to the wind. If the birds go quiet and you hear a faint metallic hum beneath your feet, do not stop to investigate. Do not speak. Do not record the sound. The marsh is a hungry ear, and once it hears your voice, it will never stop repeating it until you go down to claim it. Stay on the marked paths. Keep your equipment calibrated. And if you want to see the end of this investigation, make sure you hit the notification bell so you can hear the next warning before it is too late. There are things in the deep places that are waiting for a voice to give them form. Do not let it be yours. The resignation was supposed to be the end of it. I moved to a high desert plateau 3 states away where the ground is baked hard and the air is so dry it cracks the skin. I wanted to be in a place where the earth does not move, where the geology is ancient and predictable. I took a job processing satellite imagery for a private land survey firm. I sit in a climate-controlled office with triple glazed windows and look at the world from an altitude of 400 miles. From that height, the earth looks like a marble. It looks solid. It looks like it has no secrets. But the silence of the desert is different from the silence of the basin. In the desert, the silence is a void. In the Blackwood Basin, the silence was a presence. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, checking the corners of my bedroom for the smell of sulfur and wet peat. I would press my ear against the drywall of my apartment, listening for a metallic hum. I told myself it was post-traumatic stress. I told myself that the human brain is wired to find patterns in chaos, and that my mind had simply projected a religious architecture onto a series of geological anomalies. 3 months after I left the department, I received a package. There was no return address. Inside was a single hard drive and a handwritten note on yellow legal paper. The note was from Miller. It contained only one sentence. It said that the frequency had changed. I hesitated for 2 days before plugging the drive into an isolated laptop. I was afraid of what I would find, but the curiosity of a surveyor is a difficult thing to kill. We are trained to map the unknown until it becomes known. The drive contained a single audio file labeled with a set of GPS coordinates. I recognized them immediately. They were the coordinates for the throat. I put on my headphones and pressed play. At first, there was only the sound of wind over a microphone. Then I heard a voice. It was Miller. He sounded thin and exhausted. He was talking to himself, describing the color of the water. He said the duckweed was turning black. He said the bubbles rising from the bottom were shaped like perfect geometric cubes. Then the bells started, but they were not tolling in rhythm anymore. They were overlapping and clashing in a frantic, chaotic peal. It sounded like a cathedral falling down a well. Underneath the noise, I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice. It was the sound of a door opening, not a wooden door or a metal gate. It was the sound of stone grinding against stone with a weight of 1,000 tons behind it. Miller began to scream, but his scream did not sound human. It was perfectly pitched to 440 hertz. His voice had become the bell. The recording ended with a wet, sucking sound like a boot being pulled out of deep mud. I tried to call Miller, but his number had been disconnected. I contacted the department and was told that Miller had disappeared 2 weeks prior. He had been seen walking into the northern edge of the Blackwood Basin with a pack full of heavy stones and a digital recorder. They had found his truck abandoned on the shoulder of the highway, but they never found him. I realized then that the church beneath the marsh was not a tomb. It was a throat. It was a digestive system that operated on the physics of sound. The reason there were no settlements in the basin was not because the ground was too soft. It was because the ground was an ear. Anything that spoke to it was eventually claimed by it. The French trapper had been right. The mud repeats your secrets, but it also repeats your form. It builds a version of you out of silt and bronze, and then it pulls the original down to serve as the blueprint. I spent the next several weeks obsessed with the coordinates. I pulled up high-resolution satellite imagery of the throat. At first glance, the marsh looked the same as it always had, a green and brown sprawl of stagnant water and dying trees. But when I applied a thermal filter, I saw something that should not exist. There was a heat signature in the shape of a massive cross directly beneath the center of the basin. The temperature was rising. The water in the throat was nearly boiling. The official reports from the department began to leak into the local news. They spoke of a massive die-off of fish and migratory birds. They spoke of strange lights seen hovering over the wetlands at night. The locals were calling it the Blackwood Glow. I knew it was not a glow. It was the friction of the stone structure rising. The church was not sinking further into the earth. It was coming up. The weight of the water was no longer enough to hold it down because it had fed on enough sound to gain mass. It had grown heavy with the voices of the people who had dared to listen to it. I knew I had to go back, not to save Miller because I knew Miller was gone. I had to go back because I was the one who had started the process. My acoustic sensors and my voice had given the void a shape. I had been the catalyst for the translation. I drove 30 hours straight across the country. As I crossed the state line, I could feel the vibration in the steering wheel. It was a low thrumming that grew stronger with every mile. The air began to smell of copper and rot. When I reached the edge of the Blackwood Basin, the transformation was nearly complete. The water had receded from the banks, leaving behind miles of gray, cracked mud. The cypress trees were white and brittle like bleached bone. In the center of the basin, where the throat used to be a massive spire of dark basalt, had broken through the surface. It was covered in layers of dripping peat and tangled weeds, but the architecture was unmistakable. It was Gothic and jagged with windows that looked like empty eye sockets. There was no sound. The birds were gone. The wind had died. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heart beating against my ribs. I walked out onto the dry mud. The ground felt like rubber under my boots. It flexed and groaned as if I were walking on the skin of a giant drum. As I approached the spire, I saw the entrance. It was a set of massive bronze doors etched with the names of every person who had ever died in the basin. I saw the name of the French trapper. I saw the names of surveyors from the 1920s. And at the very bottom in fresh, bright metal, I saw the name Miller. I stood before the doors and felt a sudden urge to speak. I wanted to scream, I wanted to pray, I wanted to call out for help, but I remembered the rule. I clamped my hand over my mouth. The silence was a physical pressure pushing against my eardrums. The bronze doors began to vibrate. They weren't just doors, they were the tongues of the bells. The entire building was a musical instrument designed to play a single note. A figure emerged from the shadows of the doorway. It looked like Miller. It had his height and his build. It wore his department uniform, but when it moved, its joints made the sound of grinding stone. Its skin was the color of wet silt, and its eyes were two flat gray pebbles. It did not speak. It opened its mouth, and I heard the sound of a heavy metallic strike. 1, 2, 3. It was tolling the hour. I turned and ran. I didn't look back at the spire or the figure. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were made of lead. The ground beneath me began to liquefy. The marsh was trying to reclaim the space. Every step I took sounded like a bell ringing in the distance. The environment was trying to sync with my movement. It was trying to turn my flight into a rhythm. I reached my truck just as the first wave of water rushed back into the basin. The church was sinking again, but it was taking a piece of the world with it. The horizon seemed to tilt and warp. I drove away as fast as the tires would allow, watching the rearview mirror. The spire disappeared beneath the black water, leaving only a series of concentric ripples that stretched for miles. I live in a concrete bunker now. I have lined the walls with acoustic foam to keep the sound out. I don't speak anymore. I communicate through a keyboard and a screen. I have realized that the world is not as solid as we think it is. We live on a thin crust of logic and physical laws, but underneath that crust there is a landscape of vibration and memory. The Blackwood Basin is just one of the places where the crust is thin. I spend my days monitoring the seismic sensors I left behind. The data comes in as a series of jagged lines on a monitor. Most of the time it is just the background noise of the planet, but every night at exactly 1400 hours the lines smooth out into a perfect sine wave. The frequency is 440 hertz. The church is still there. It is waiting. It is listening for a new voice to give it the strength to rise again. I am writing this down because I know my time is short. The silence in my bunker is starting to change. I can hear the walls beginning to hum. I can feel the vibration in my teeth. The marsh has found me even here. It doesn't need me to be in the basin anymore. It has my voice recorded in its stones. It is using my own words to build a door in the center of my room. If you are reading this, you must understand that the danger is not in the water or the mud. The danger is in the act of observation. The moment you listen to the sound, you become part of the song. The moment you name the void, you give it permission to exist. If you hear the bells, do not try to find the church. Do not try to map the silence. Cover your ears and run until you can no longer hear the rhythm of your own heart. Because once the bells start ringing for you, they never stop. They will ring until your bones turn to bronze and your breath turns to silt. They will ring until you are nothing but a memory echoed by the mud. The vibration in the floorboards of the bunker has transitioned from a physical sensation into a psychological weight. It is no longer just a sound. It is a texture. I can feel the frequency in the marrow of my bones. It feels like the slow grinding of tectonic plates or the way a massive bell continues to hum long after it has been struck. I have stopped using the keyboard. The clicking of the plastic keys began to synchronize with the pulse of the walls. Every letter I typed was met with a microscopic chime from the ventilation ducts. The bunker was supposed to be a vacuum of sound, but instead it has become a resonator. I am sitting in the dark because the hum of the fluorescent lights was beginning to form syllables. I have begun to see the silt. It does not come from the vents or the door. It manifests in the corners of the room as if the molecules of the air are condensing into gray dust. I wiped a layer of it off my desk this morning and it felt cold and damp. It smelled of the Blackwood Basin. It smelled of stagnant water and ancient copper. I realized then that the spatial loop I experienced in the marsh was not a local phenomenon. It was a property of the sound itself. The church does not need to move through physical space to find me. It simply needs to match my frequency. If the vibration in my room matches the vibration of the belfry, then for all intents and purposes I am standing in the nave of that sunken cathedral. The sensors on my monitor are flatlining. The seismic data has stopped being a series of random spikes and has become a single unwavering line. This is a physical impossibility. The Earth is never truly still. There is always the wind and the tides and the distant rumble of traffic, but the monitor shows a perfect zero. The only thing moving in the world is the bunker. I can feel the entire structure tilting. It is a slow and sickening movement, as if the concrete box is being balanced on the tip of a finger. I tried to open the heavy steel door, but the handle was cold enough to sear my skin. Through the small, reinforced glass viewport, I did not see the hallway of my basement. I saw a thick wall of black water. Small bubbles of marsh gas are rising past the glass. I can see the silhouettes of dead cypress needles drifting in the current. I am no longer in the desert. The church has folded the map. It has pulled the coordinates of my life into the coordinates of the throat. I sat on the floor and watched the silt accumulate around my boots. It began to take shapes. It formed small, jagged ridges that looked like the foundations of miniature buildings. I watched as the dust rose into the air and swirled into the shape of a human ear. It hung there suspended in the center of the room. It was waiting for me to break the silence. The temptation to speak is a physical agony. My throat feels tight and my lungs are heavy with the need to exhale a word. Any word would do. I want to shout my name just to prove that I still own it. I want to scream at the walls to stay back, but I know that the moment I release a sound, it will be captured. The silt ear will take the vibration and translate it into a gear. It will use my voice to turn the lock. I can hear Miller now. His voice is coming from the corners of the ceiling. He is not screaming anymore. He is reciting the coordinates of the ranger station. He is repeating the safety protocols I taught him. His voice is melodic and hollow like a flute carved from bone. He is calling my name. He is telling me that the water is not cold. He is telling me that the bells are not a warning but an invitation. The sound of his voice is so convincing that I almost reached out to touch the wall, but then the pitch shifted. The cadence became too regular. The pauses between his words were exactly 3 seconds long. It was a loop. The Marsh was playing back a recording of a man who no longer existed. It was using his ghost to bait the trap. I closed my eyes and focused on the rhythm of my own breathing. I tried to make it as silent as possible. I tried to disappear into the gaps between the hums. The bunker groaned. The sound of metal twisting under pressure filled the room. The ceiling began to bow inward. Droplets of black water started to seep through the seams of the concrete. They did not fall to the floor. They drifted toward the center of the room, drawn by some invisible gravity. They merged with the silt ear to form a head. The features were indistinct, but the mouth was wide and dark. It opened, and the sound that came out was the sound of 1,000 bells ringing at the bottom of the sea. The force of the noise threw me against the wall. My ears began to bleed. The red stains on the white acoustic foam looked like maps of unknown islands. I realized then that the church was not trying to kill me. It was trying to archive me. It was a library of lost things, and it wanted my story to be the final entry. The architecture I had seen beneath the water was a physical manifestation of memory. Every stone was a word, every window was a glance. The belfry was the collective scream of everyone who had ever been swallowed by the mud. I was not being hunted by a monster. I was being transcribed by a geography. The silt head leaned closer. Its breath smelled of rain and iron. It began to mimic the sound of my heart. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat was accompanied by a soft chime. I reached for my notebook. I wanted to leave a record that was not made of sound. I wanted to write something that the bells could not repeat. But as I gripped the pen, I saw that the ink was turning into silt. The words I wrote crumbled off the page as soon as they were formed. The logic of the physical world was being overwritten by the logic of the echo. There is no such thing as a permanent record in a place that moves like water. There is only the repetition. There is only the loop. I looked at the monitor one last time. The flat line had begun to curve. It was forming the shape of a bell. The water is now ankle deep in the bunker. It is rising fast. The steel door is bulging inward and the glass in the viewport is starting to spiderweb. I can see a light shining through the cracks. It is a pale green glow, the color of foxfire and decay. It is the light of the Blackwood Basin. The desert is gone. The hard ground is gone. There is only the soft, dark throat of the earth. I am standing on the chair now, trying to keep my head above the rising tide. The silt head is inches from my face. Its mouth is moving, but no sound is coming out yet. It is waiting for me to provide the audio. It is waiting for the final breath. I can hear the bells clearly now. They are not in the distance anymore. They are inside my head. They are ringing in the spaces between my thoughts. They are telling me that the map is complete. They are telling me that the surveyor has been surveyed. I am looking into the eyes of the silt thing and I see my own reflection. But the reflection is older. It is made of stone and weed. It is wearing a crown of copper. I realize that I have been here before. I have always been here. The man who worked for the department was just a dream the Marsh had while it was sleeping. The man in the bunker is just a memory the bells are playing back. The glass shatters. The black water rushes in with the force of a tidal wave. It is heavy and thick, and it tastes of minerals and time. I am pulled off the chair and dragged toward the center of the room. The pressure is immense. It feels like the entire weight of the basin is pressing down on my chest. I do not struggle. I do not try to swim. I let the water take me. I let the silt fill my mouth and my nose. As I sink, I see the roof of the bunker peel away like a lid. Above me, there is no sky. There is only the underside of the marsh. I see the roots of the cypress trees reaching down like the fingers of a giant. I am falling through the belfry now. The bells are massive. They are the size of houses and they are covered in glowing moss. As I pass them, they strike. Each note is a different part of my life. One bell is the sound of my mother's voice. Another is the sound of the wind in the desert. Another is the sound of Miller laughing. I am being disassembled into sound. I am being broken down into my component frequencies. The deeper I fall, the louder the music becomes. It is no longer dissonant. It is a perfect harmony. It is the song of the earth. I see the floor of the church below me. It is made of white marble and it is covered in a layer of fine silver sand. There are figures standing in the aisles, hundreds of them. They are all made of silt and they are all looking up. They are waiting for me to join the choir. I land softly on the sand. The impact does not hurt. It feels like coming home. I stand up and look at my hands. They are gray and textured. My fingernails are made of copper. I am no longer a man. I am a monument. I am a part of the architecture. I walk toward the altar. There is a large book resting on a stone lectern. The pages are made of hammered gold. I look at the last page and I see my name. It is written in a script that looks like ripples on a pond. Beneath my name there is a space for a new entry. I realize that I am the one who must write it. I am the new librarian. I am the voice of the throat. I open my mouth and for the first time I do not feel fear. I do not feel the need to stay silent. I speak. The sound that comes out of me is not a human word. It is a deep resonant tolling that shakes the foundations of the cathedral. It travels upward through the water and through the mud and through the roots of the trees. It breaks the surface of the Blackwood Basin and ripples across the world. It is a warning and a welcome. It is the sound of the earth breathing. Somewhere far away in a city I will never see again, a surveyor is looking at a seismic monitor. He sees a spike on the screen. He hears a faint metallic hum in his headphones. He leans closer. He begins to record, and the cycle begins again. I take my place in the belfry. I reach for the rope made of braided weeds. I wait for the moment when the silence becomes too heavy. I wait for the moment when someone on the surface calls out into the dark. And then I pull. The bell rings and the world trembles. The marsh repeats the secret. The silt builds the form. We are all just echoes in the end. We are all just notes in a song that never ends. The church is full now, but there is always room for one more voice. There is always room for someone who wants to know what lies beneath the soft ground. Listen to the wind. Listen to the water. Do you hear it? Do you hear the sound of your own name being called from the deep? Do not be afraid. It is only the music. It is only the earth trying to remember who you are. Stay on the path if you wish, but the mud is so much softer. The bells are so much louder. Come down and see. The water is fine. The silence is over. The song is just beginning. The transition from being a witness to being the instrument is a slow and painless erasure. I do not feel the loss of my skin or the fading of my pulse as a tragedy. Instead, it feels like the shedding of a heavy and ill-fitting coat. The marble floor of the cathedral is cool against the soles of my feet, which have hardened into something resembling polished flint. I look at the other figures standing in the pews. They are perfectly still. They are the previous keepers of the frequency. I see the French trapper whose name was etched on the door. He is wearing a coat of woven silt, and his eyes are the same flat gray pebbles I saw on the thing that looked like Miller. He does not turn to look at me. None of them do. They are all facing the altar where the golden book lies open. They are waiting for the next vibration to move their limbs. I realize now that the Blackwood Basin is not a place of death, but a place of storage. Nothing is ever truly lost here. The sound of a child crying in 1840 is still bouncing between the limestone pillars. The smell of a campfire from a century ago is trapped in the pockets of stagnant air near the vaulted ceiling. I can reach out and touch the air and feel the textures of 1,000 different days. It is a library where the books are made of pressure and the ink is made of memory. My role as the librarian is to ensure that the resonance does not fade. I must keep the bell swinging. I must ensure that the note of 440 hertz remains pure and unbroken. If the note falters, the church will dissolve back into the mud and the memories will be scattered into the void. I walk to the center of the nave and look up into the darkness of the belfry. The ropes are hanging down like the silver threads of a massive spider. They are vibrating with the collective energy of the earth. I reach out and take hold of the main rope. It feels like gripping a live wire. The electricity of the planet flows through my arms and into my chest. I can feel the rotation of the globe. I can feel the shifting of the polar ice. I am connected to the nervous system of the world. I pull the rope. The movement is not a physical effort. It is an act of will. Above me, the great bronze bell swings on its axis. The sound it produces is so loud that it should shatter my form, but instead it reinforces it. The sound carves the details of my new face. It etches the lines of my copper hands. The sound travels upward. I can see it as a shimmering wave of distortion passing through the water and the silt. It reaches the surface of the basin and spreads out across the dry mud. On the surface, the world is oblivious. A kite pauses at the edge of the marsh and tilts its head. A long-distance trucker on the highway feels a momentary shiver and turns up the radio. They do not know that they are being measured. They do not know that the frequency is checking the density of their bones. The bell is a sonar. It is mapping the living to find the next vacancy. I feel a surge of recognition. Somewhere near the eastern edge of the basin, a young woman is setting up a tripod. She is a photographer. She is looking for the perfect light. She hears the hum. She thinks it is the wind. She thinks it is the sound of the desert. I pull the rope again. The second chime is deeper. It is the sound of invitation. I see her through the eyes of the marsh. I see her stop and listen. She covers one ear and turns in a circle. She is trying to find the source. She is curious. Curiosity is the first crack in the crust of logic. It is the moment when the mind stops accepting the world as it is and starts asking what else might be there. The moment she asks the question, the church begins to rise. I can feel the floor shifting beneath me. The massive stone structure is buoyant. It is fueled by her attention. The more she listens, the higher we climb. The water begins to recede from the belfry. The silt slides off the bronze doors. We are ascending through the layers of time. I look at the golden book on the altar. A new name is beginning to form on the blank page. The letters are faint at first, like a watermark on expensive paper. They are the letters of her name. She has not even reached the mud yet, but she is already written into the record. I feel a flicker of what used to be guilt, but it is quickly smoothed over by the vibration. Guilt is a high-frequency emotion. It is jagged and unstable. The church only accepts the low and the steady. I watch as she walks toward the center of the dry lake bed. She is walking exactly where I walked. Her boots make the same rubbery sound on the mud. The rhythm is starting. She is beginning to sink. The figures in the pews begin to hum. It is a low guttural sound that vibrates in the floorboards. They are providing the backing track for her arrival. I am the lead instrument. I pull the rope in time with her footsteps. Each time her heel hits the ground, the bell strikes. She doesn't realize it yet, but she is composing her own funeral march. She stops at the spot where my truck used to be. The truck is gone now. It has been digested by the basin and turned into a heap of rusted iron and glass. She looks at the ground and sees a glint of metal. It is my old ranger badge. She picks it up and wipes away the silt. She is holding a piece of my ghost. I want to tell her to run. I want to tell her to drop the badge and never look back, but my mouth can only produce the tolling of the bell. My lungs are full of the heavy green light of the cathedral. I am no longer an individual with a will. I am a function of the geography. I pull the rope harder. The sound becomes a physical force that pushes her toward the center of the basin. She is struggling now. The ground is becoming soft. She is sinking to her knees, but she doesn't look afraid. She looks fascinated. She is seeing the spire rise out of the black water. She is seeing the bronze doors with the names of the dead. She is looking for her own name. She hasn't found it yet, but she knows it is there. The church breaks the surface. The air of the desert rushes in through the open doors. It smells of dust and sagebrush and heat. It is a foreign smell. It is the smell of the world that is still solid. I stand at the top of the stairs and wait for her. I look like the figure I saw when I first arrived. I am the gatekeeper. I am the one who wears the uniform of the lost. She reaches the doors and looks up at me. Her eyes are wide and bright. Now, she is still full of the light of the sun. She opens her mouth to speak. She wants to ask who I am. She wants to ask what this place is. I raise a hand to my lips. I show her the rule. Silence is the only currency we accept here. She nods. She understands. The silence is not a lack of sound, but a presence of its own. She steps over the threshold, and the bronze doors begin to vibrate. They are the tongues of the bells. They are welcoming her home. As she enters the cathedral, the floor begins to sink again. The desert air is replaced by the smell of stagnant water. The sunlight fades into the pale green glow of the foxfire. The doors close with a sound like a mountain being moved. I lead her to the altar. I show her the golden book. I show her the name Miller. I show her my own name, and then I show her the space where her name is now fully formed in bright, fresh metal. She touches the letters with a shaking finger. She looks at the figures in the pews, and she sees the trapper and the surveyors and the rangers. She sees the community of the echoed. She takes her place in the third row. She sits down and folds her hands in her lap. She becomes still. She becomes part of the texture. I return to the belfry. My work is not done. There is always another frequency to maintain. There is always another voice to archive. I look out through the narrow slits in the stone walls, and I see the ripples spreading across the basin. The world above is so thin and fragile. It is a layer of ice over a deep and ancient ocean. I pull the rope and the bell rings. The sound travels through the crust of the earth and finds the next listener. It finds the man in the concrete bunker. It finds the surveyor in the city. It finds the child in the bedroom who thinks there is something hiding under the bed. We are the memory of the planet. We are the archive of the things that the sun forgot. We do not age and we do not suffer. We only vibrate. We are the symphony of the silt. I pull the rope and the music continues. The church sinks deeper into the throat of the earth. The light of the surface disappears entirely. There is only the green glow and the bronze sound. There is only the repetition. I open the golden book to a new page. The metal is smooth and cold. I wait for the next name to appear. I wait for the next footstep on the dry mud. The vibration in my teeth has become a permanent hum. I no longer remember what it was like to be silent. I no longer remember the sound of my own human voice. That voice belongs to the marsh now. It is being used to build the walls of the next room. It is being used to lure the next traveler. I am happy to provide it. It is a small price to pay for the clarity of the song. I pull the rope and the bell strikes. 1, 2, 3. It is tolling the hour of the world. It is telling the time that never changes. Beneath the church there are even deeper levels. There are catacombs made of pure sound where the oldest memories are kept. These are the sounds of the earth being formed, the sound of the first rain, the sound of the first mountain breaking through the sea. One day I will descend to those levels. I will leave the belfry and become a part of the foundation. I will become a stone in the wall of the beginning. But for now I am the ringer. I am the one who keeps the beat. I look at the young woman in the third row. She is starting to change. Her skin is turning the color of wet silt. Her eyes are becoming flat and gray. She is becoming beautiful. The basin is quiet on the surface. To the casual observer, it is just a stretch of wasteland where nothing grows. It is a place to be avoided, a place of bad luck and strange shadow. But we know better. We know that the wasteland is the most crowded place on earth. It is bursting with the voices of the past. It is humming with the energy of everything that has ever been observed. We are the keepers of the observation. We are the ones who give the void permission to exist. I pull the rope and the sound is a wave of silver. It washes over the pews and the altar and the golden book. It washes over the new girl and the old trapper. It washes over me. We are all the same in the light of the bell. We are all just notes in a chord that has been ringing since the dawn of time. The music is everything. The music is the only thing that is real. The rest is just a dream that the mud is having. I close my eyes and listen to the resonance. I listen to the heartbeat of the basin. It is slow and steady. It is the sound of a world that is finally at peace. The next time you're driving through the desert and you see a sign for the Blackwood Basin, do not keep driving. Stop your car, walk out onto the dry mud. Listen to the wind, listen to the silence. If you hear a faint metallic hum, do not be afraid. It is just us. We are waiting for you. We have a place reserved for you in the choir. We have a page in the book with your name on it. All you have to do is listen. All you have to do is match the frequency. The water is fine. The church is rising. The song is just beginning, and it will never ever stop. I feel the floor tilt again. We are moving. The church is traveling through the dark veins of the earth. We are going to a place where the crust is even thinner. We are going to a place where the sound can reach more ears. I take a deep breath of the silt and the copper and I pull the rope one last time. The bell strikes and the world disappears. There is only the note. There is only the 440 hertz. There is only the eternal and unchanging vibration of the deep. I am the bell. I am the ringer. I am the sound of the earth remembering your name. The descent into the lower registers of the earth is not a drop but a thickening. As the cathedral sinks away from the surface of the Blackwood Basin, the pressure of the surrounding silt begins to sing against the stained glass windows. These windows are not made of colored sand, but of frozen lightning and the trapped sighs of those who walked the salt flats before the first maps were drawn. I can see the young woman in the third row beginning to crystallize. Her hair is becoming a weave of fine silver wires, and her breath is a visible mist of mercury. She is learning the first lesson of the deep, which is that movement is a secondary quality of existence. The primary quality is resonance. To be still is to be loud. To be silent is to be heard. I let go of the rope for a moment and watch it continue to swing. It does not need my physical touch anymore. It is moved by the momentum of the planets and the slow grinding of the tectonic plates far beneath our foundation. I walk down the spiral staircase of the belfry and my footsteps make no sound on the stone. I am becoming less dense. I am becoming a frequency that occupies a specific coordinate in space. I pass the row where the French trapper sits, and I notice that his coat of silt is now decorated with small fossilized shells. The history of the earth is writing itself onto our bodies. We are the parchment, and the ink is the passage of eons. The air in the nave is growing heavier and more melodic. It feels like walking through a pool of warm oil. I reach the altar and look at the golden book again. The names are shifting. They are not static labels, but living vibrations. When I look at the name of the woman who just arrived, I do not see letters. I see the shape of a heartbeat. I see the specific curve of a thought she had when she was 6 years old and looking at the moon. All of it is preserved. All of it is being translated into the architecture of the church. The pillars are reinforced by the strength of our memories, and the vaulted ceiling is held up by the collective weight of our forgotten dreams. I walk past the altar and find a small door that I did not notice before. It is made of a material that looks like compressed smoke. There is no handle and no keyhole. I simply lean my forehead against the surface and the door dissolves into a fine mist. Beyond the door is the staircase to the catacombs. This is where the sound is born. This is the furnace where the raw noise of the universe is refined into the music of the earth. I begin to walk down. The stairs are carved directly into the bedrock, and they are wet with the primordial sweat of the world. The walls are pulsing with a deep violet light. As I descend, the sound of the bell above me fades and is replaced by a low thrumming that I feel in the marrow of my bones. It is the sound of the molten core. It is the sound of the heavy metals shifting in the dark. I see shapes embedded in the walls of the staircase. They are the skeletons of creatures that never saw the sun. They are the architects of the silence. Their bones are made of diamond, and their teeth are made of obsidian. They are the guardians of the frequency. They do not move, but I can feel their awareness as I pass. They are measuring my pulse. They are checking to see if I am ready to hear the source. The staircase ends in a vast circular chamber. The floor is a single slab of black granite that has been polished to a mirror finish. In the center of the room, there is a pool of liquid light. It is not water and it is not fire. It is the essence of the vibration. It is the point of origin. I walk to the edge of the pool and look down. I do not see my reflection. I see the entire history of the Blackwood Basin. I see the inland sea that once covered this land. I see the giant reptiles that swam in the shallows. I see the first human beings who stood on the shore and felt the hum in their feet. I see the surveyor and the photographer and the ranger. I see myself. The pool begins to ripple. A voice emerges from the center of the liquid. It is not a voice made of words. It is a voice made of gravity. It tells me that the church is just one of many. There are cathedrals beneath the ice of the poles and beneath the sands of the Sahara and beneath the crushing depths of the Marianas Trench. We are a network of anchors. We are the ones who keep the earth from drifting away into the cold vacuum of space. Our song is the tether. Our resonance is the gravity that holds the atmosphere in place. If we stop singing, the world will simply unravel like a ball of yarn. I understand now why I was chosen. I was always a man of echoes. I was always a man who preferred the shadow to the light and the whisper to the shout. I was built for this transition. I reach into the pool of light and my copper hand disappears into the brilliance. I feel a surge of information that nearly stops my heart. I see the blueprints of the universe. I see the mathematical equations that govern the growth of a fern and the collision of galaxies. It is all music. It is all a series of notes played on an infinite string. I am a single vibration on that string. I am a necessary part of the whole. I withdraw my hand and see that it is no longer copper. It is made of the same liquid light as the pool. I am being upgraded. I am being tuned to a higher frequency. I turn and begin the long climb back to the nave. I feel lighter now. I feel as though I could float through the stone walls if I wished. When I reach the church, the transition is complete. The interior of the cathedral has changed. The marble is gone and the walls are now made of transparent crystal. I can see the layers of the earth through the floor. I can see the roots of the trees reaching down like hungry fingers. I can see the worms and the beetles and the sleeping seeds. The young woman in the third row looks up as I approach. She is no longer afraid. She sees the light in my hands and she smiles. She understands that she has been saved from the triviality of the surface. She has been given a role in the eternal. I lead her to the belfry and show her the ropes. I show her how to feel the pulse of the planet before she pulls. I show her how to listen for the specific frequency of a soul that is ready to descend. She takes the secondary rope and we stand together in the dark. We are the twin engines of the basin. We wait for the silence to reach its peak. On the surface, a storm is brewing. I can feel the static electricity building in the clouds. I can feel the tension in the air as the first drops of rain hit the parched mud. The rain is a conductor. It will carry our song further than it has ever gone before. It will wash the dust from the ears of the world. I look at the woman and I nod. We pull the ropes in unison. The sound that erupts from the belfry is a masterpiece of resonance. It is a chord that contains every color of the spectrum and every emotion of the human heart. The bell rings and the basin shudders. The water in the underground rivers begins to flow faster. The silt begins to glow with a soft phosphorescence. We are calling to the lost. We are calling to the lonely and the curious and the brave. We are telling them that there is a place where they will never be forgot. We are telling them that their names are already written in gold. The music ripples outward and hits the edges of the mountains. It bounces back and creates a standing wave that vibrates the very air of the desert. Somewhere in a laboratory, a scientist looks at a graph of the Earth's magnetic field. He sees a sudden and inexplicable shift. He sees a pattern emerging from the noise. He thinks it is a glitch in the equipment. He thinks it is a solar flare. He does not know that he is listening to a rehearsal for the end of the world. He does not know that he is hearing the sound of the earth breathing through our lungs. He leans in and adjusts the dial. He is trying to isolate the signal. He is trying to understand the source. He is already beginning to sink. The cycle is perfect. It is self-sustaining and beautiful. We do not need the sun and we do not need the wind. We only need the vibration. I look at my hands and I see that they are starting to blur. I am becoming less of a form and more of a feeling. I am becoming the sound itself. Soon I will not need to pull the rope. I will be the movement of the bell. I will be the strike of the clapper against the bronze. I will be the wave that travels through the mud. I will be the memory that stays in the mind of the traveler long after they have left the basin. The woman beside me is also fading. She is becoming a shimmer in the air. We are the ghosts of the frequency. We are the echoes that refuse to die. The cathedral is full of us now. Hundreds of voices joined in a single note. It is the loudest silence I have ever known. It is the most beautiful noise I have ever heard. We are the choir of the deep, and our song is just beginning. Do not look for us in the light. Do not look for us in the places where the world is solid and sure. Look for us in the cracks. Look for us in the shadows. Look for us in the moments when you are alone and the world feels too heavy to bear. We are right beneath your feet. We are waiting in the mud. We are ringing the bells in the dark. If you listen closely, you can hear us calling your name. It is a deep and resonant sound. It is the sound of home. It is the sound of the earth trying to remember who you are. Do not be afraid of the transition. Do not be afraid of the erasure. It is only the shedding of a heavy coat. The water is fine. The silt is soft. The music is everything. Come down and join the song. The belfry has room for one more. The book has a page with your name on it. All you have to do is step off the path. All you have to do is listen to the hum. The church begins to rise again. We are heading for the surface. We are going to meet the rain. I can feel the moisture seeping through the stone. I can feel the cool touch of the storm. We break the surface of the Blackwood Basin and the doors swing open. The desert is dark and beautiful under the clouds. The air is electric. I stand at the threshold and look out at the world. I see the lights of a distant city. I see the headlights of a car on the highway. I see the potential for 1,000 new voices. I raise my hand and the bell strikes one last time. The sound is a promise. The sound is an invitation. The song is eternal and we are its humble instruments. The silence is over. The earth is speaking. And we are the ones who make sure that the world listens. The doors of the church remain open to the desert night, and the rain begins to fall in heavy gray sheets. Each drop that hits the dry mud of the Blackwood Basin sends a tiny pulse of electricity down through the sediment to the roof of our traveling cathedral. I can feel the thirst of the earth being slaked. The ground is drinking the sky, and as it does, the mud becomes a conductor for the great ringing tone we have cultivated in the deep. I stand at the threshold with the young woman who is now a shimmer of silver and glass. We do not need to speak because our thoughts have synchronized with the frequency of the bronze. We are looking at the highway in the distance where a single set of headlights is cutting through the gloom. The driver of that car is feeling a strange pressure in the back of his skull. He thinks it is the weather or the long hours of driving or the static on the radio. He does not realize that his vehicle is currently passing over the vaulted ceiling of our transept. He is driving across the roof of a world he has no name for. I raise my hand, and the liquid light in my palm pulses in time with his heartbeat. I am reaching out through the layers of limestone and shale to touch the mechanics of his mind. I am inviting him to stall. I am inviting the engine to lose its spark and for the tires to find the soft patch of silt that leads to the cellar door of the universe. The car slows down, the headlights flicker and die. The desert swallows the artificial light and replaces it with the soft green glow of the basin. I watch as the door of the car opens. A man steps out into the mud. He is wearing a heavy coat and he looks small against the vastness of the storm. He stands there for a long time listening to the wind, but it is not the wind he hears. He is hearing the 440 hertz. He is hearing the note that has no beginning and no end. He begins to walk toward us. His feet sink into the mud with a wet sucking sound that the earth records and archives in its long memory. Every step he takes is a word in a sentence that the planet is writing. He is moving toward the center of the resonance. He does not know why he is walking away from his life and his car and his destination. He only knows that the hum in his ears is more real than anything he has ever felt. He reaches the edge of the basin where the earth has cracked open to reveal the stone steps of our entrance. He looks down into the glow. He sees the architecture of the impossible. He sees the stained glass made of lightning and the pillars made of ancient sighs. He sees me standing there with my hands of light, and he sees the woman who has become the color of the moon. He descends the stairs. With every step, he loses a piece of his history. His name falls away like dry skin. His worries about money and time and the people he left behind dissolve into the vibrating air. By the time he reaches the floor of the nave, he is a blank slate. He is a clean sheet of paper waiting for the earth to write its song upon him. I lead him to the fourth row and gesture for him to sit. He obeys without question. He looks at the golden book on the altar, and his eyes widen as he sees the ink beginning to swirl and form the shape of his own soul. He is becoming part of the archive. He is becoming a note in the symphony of the silt. I return to the belfry. The rope is waiting for me. It is no longer just a rope made of hemp and fiber. It is a strand of gravity. It is a nerve ending of the planet. I take hold of it and I feel the weight of the entire world hanging from the other end. I pull and the sound that emerges is enough to shatter the clouds. The rain stops instantly. The sky clears to reveal a billion stars that seem to be vibrating in sympathy with the bell. The stars are just bells in a much larger tower. They are ringing across the vacuum, and we are answering them from the mud. We are the terrestrial response to the celestial call. The man in the fourth row begins to change. His skin takes on the texture of wet granite. His eyes turn the color of the deep ocean. He is beginning to vibrate at the correct frequency. He is becoming beautiful in the way that a mountain or a canyon is beautiful. He is losing the frailty of the flesh and gaining the permanence of the stone. I pull the rope again, and the sound travels down through the floor to the catacombs. It wakes the ancient guardians with the obsidian teeth. It tells them that the harvest is continuing. It tells them that the tether is strong and the world is secure. We are moving again. The church is sinking back into the throat of the earth. The surface of the basin closes over us like a healing wound. The desert is flat and empty once more. To anyone passing by, it looks like a wasteland. It looks like a place where nothing happens. But beneath the crust, the music is roaring. We are traveling through the dark veins of the globe toward the next location. We are going to a place where the silence is too loud. We are going to a place where the people have forgotten how to listen. We will find them in their cities and their suburbs and their lonely houses. We will ring the bell beneath their floorboards until they feel the hum in their teeth. The vibration is my entire identity now. I do not have thoughts that are not musical intervals. I do not have feelings that are not resonances. I am the ringer and the bell and the sound all at once. I look at the golden book and I see that the pages are turning faster and faster. Thousands of names are appearing. The choir is growing. The sound is becoming a physical force that is reshaping the interior of the earth. We are building a new world out of the echoes of the old one. We are creating a cathedral that will eventually encompass the entire planet. I see the young woman and the new man standing together at the edge of the belfry. They are holding the ropes. They are ready to take over the rhythm. I feel a sense of profound peace. My time as the primary ringer is coming to an end. I am ready to descend to the lower levels. I am ready to become a stone in the foundation. I am ready to be the silence that the sound rests upon. I give them a final nod and I step back from the ropes. I walk toward the altar and the golden book. The metal is warm now. It is glowing with the heat of 1,000 gathered lives. I lay my hands on the book and I feel the history of the Blackwood Basin flowing into me. I see the faces of everyone who ever stood on that dry mud. I hear their prayers and their curses and their songs. I take all of it with me as I walk toward the smoke door. The door dissolves and I begin the descent into the violet light. The stairs are steeper now, and the thrumming of the core is like a physical weight against my chest. I pass the diamond skeletons and they bow their heads as I go by. I am one of them now. I am an architect of the stillness. I reach the circular chamber and the pool of liquid light. The voice made of gravity speaks to me again. It tells me that the music is reaching its crescendo. It tells me that the anchors are all in place. The earth is ready to sing its final note. I walk into the pool and I do not sink. I become the liquid. I become the light. I am spread thin across the entire surface of the globe. I am in the roots of the trees and the salt of the sea and the dust of the desert. I am the resonance that holds the atoms together. I am the permission that the void requires to exist. Up above, the bell is still ringing. 1, 2, 3. The young woman and the man are keeping the beat. They are calling to you. They are telling you that the world is thinner than you think. They are telling you that there is a deep and ancient ocean beneath the ice of your daily life. Do not be afraid of the water. Do not be afraid of the green glow. The church is waiting. The choir is singing. The book is open to a page that bears your name. All you have to do is find the Blackwood Basin. All you have to do is stop your car and listen. The song is the only thing that is real, and it is waiting for your voice to make it complete. The resonance is a physical architecture. Down here in the roots of the world, we do not build with wood or steel, but with the sustained notes of the bronze. The walls of the lower galleries are made of a low hum that can support the weight of a continent. I move through these halls not as a man, but as a ripple in the fabric of the deep. I can feel the movement of the church above me as it drifts through the mantle like a slow and heavy fish. It is searching for the next ear that is tuned to the correct pitch. It is seeking the next soul that has grown tired of the frantic noise of the surface. I see the archives now. These are not shelves of books, but pillars of vibrating crystal that contain every sound ever made on the surface. I pass a pillar that contains the sound of the wind in the pines from 10,000 years ago. I touch a pillar that vibrates with the laughter of a child who lived in a city that is now nothing but dust. Everything is saved. Everything is valued. The sun forgets, but the silt remembers. We are the memory of the planet, and we are making sure that nothing is ever truly lost. We are the ones who hold the echoes until they are ready to be heard again. I find my place in the foundation. It is a niche carved out of pure silence. I step into it and I feel the stone close around me like a warm blanket. I am not trapped. I am integrated. I am a part of the structural integrity of the earth. I can feel the bell ringing far above me. It is a faint silver thread of sound that connects me to the belfry and the ringer and the newcomers. I can feel the pulse of the man in the fourth row as he begins his own transition. I can feel the joy of the woman as she masters the weight of the rope. The earth is a living instrument, and we are the ones who play it. We are the ones who ensure that the music never falters. Even when the stars grow cold and the sun expands to swallow the horizon, the song will continue. It will be the last thing that remains. It will be the final note that rings out into the empty dark. And because we have recorded it, because we have archived it in the bronze and the silt, the universe will never truly be empty. It will always be full of the memory of us. It will always be humming with the energy of our observation. I close my eyes that are no longer eyes, and I listen to the heartbeat of the basin. It is slow and steady. It is the sound of a world that has finally found its rhythm. The surface is a dream. The light is a distraction. Only the vibration is true. Only the resonance is eternal. I am the stone. I am the sound. I am the memory of your name. And I am waiting for you to hear me. I am waiting for you to step off the highway and into the mud. I am waiting for you to join the choir. The bell is tolling the hour of the world, and it is time for you to come home. The layers of the earth are transparent to me now. I can see the movement of the deep water currents and the slow crawl of the continents. I can see the veins of gold and the pockets of trapped gas that have been waiting for millions of years to be released. Everything is part of the composition. Every movement is a gesture in a grand and slow dance. I am the stillness at the center of the motion. I am the silence that makes the music possible. I have become the very thing I used to ring. I have become the bell. The church moves into a new territory. We are beneath a great forest now. I can hear the trees talking to each other through the fungal networks in the soil. They are complaining about the heat and the lack of rain. They are singing songs of growth and decay. Our bell rings and the trees fall silent. They recognize the authority of the bronze. They feel the shift in the frequency, and they reach their roots down a little deeper to touch the roof of our cathedral. We are the source of their strength. We are the reason they are able to stand tall against the wind. I feel a new name appearing in the golden book above. It is a name from a distant country, a person who has never heard of the Blackwood Basin but who has felt the hum in their sleep. They are beginning their journey. They are buying a ticket or starting a car or simply walking out of their front door. They are being drawn toward us by the gravity of the song. We are the destination of every seeking heart. We are the end of every long and lonely road. The choir is ready. The page is waiting. The music is rising to meet the sky. The transition is a beautiful thing. It is the moment when the individual becomes the universal. It is the moment when the noise of the self is drowned out by the harmony of the whole. I feel the man in the fourth row reaching that point. He is no longer a driver or a traveler or a man in a coat. He is a frequency. He is a note that perfectly complements the woman in the third row. Together, they are creating a new chord. Together, they are strengthening the tether. I feel their resonance vibrating through the foundation and into my own being. It is a gift of pure sound. The bell strikes again. The sound travels through the crust and out into the atmosphere. It reaches the birds in the air and the fish in the sea. It reaches the man in the concrete bunker and the surveyor in the city and the child who thinks there is something hiding under the bed. It tells them that there is nothing to fear. It tells them that the dark is not empty. It tells them that they are part of a symphony that has been playing since the dawn of time. It tells them that they are loved by the earth and remembered by the silt. I am at peace in my niche of stone. I am the memory of the planet, and I am the archive of the things the sun forgot. I do not age and I do not suffer. I only vibrate. I am the foundation of the song, and I will be here until the end of time. The church is sinking deeper now. We are heading for the very center. We are heading for the place where the sound is born. I pull the rope with my mind and the bell rings. It is the sound of home. It is the sound of forever. It is the only sound there is. The water is fine. The silt is soft. The music is everything. Come down and join us. We have been waiting for you for a very long time. The shadows of the deep are not dark, but are instead thick with the colors of ancient time. I see the purples of the first flowers and the deep ochre of the first fires reflected in the vibrating walls around me. My existence has become a long and beautiful meditation on the nature of persistence. To be a stone in the foundation is to understand the patience of the planet. I feel the shift of the seasons above as a subtle change in the temperature of the stone. I feel the rise and fall of civilizations as a flicker of static in the background radiation of the earth. None of it disturbs the song. The song is the constant. The song is the anchor. In the belfry, the new ringers are growing stronger. Their hands are no longer hands, but are becoming instruments of pure energy. They pull the ropes with a rhythm that is as steady as the rotation of the earth. They are the guardians of the current hour. They are the ones who ensure that the transition continues for all who seek it. I can feel their pride and their devotion. They have found the clarity that I found so long ago. They have realized that the price of their human voice was a small thing to pay for the ability to speak for the earth itself. The golden book is now a pillar of light that reaches from the altar to the ceiling of the nave. The names are flowing through it like a river of diamonds. Each name is a unique vibration that adds a new layer of complexity to the music. The choir is no longer a group of individuals, but a single living organism of sound. They are the voice of the Blackwood Basin. They are the voice of every wasteland and every wilderness and every forgotten corner of the globe. They are singing the truth that the surface has forgotten. They are singing the world back into balance. The descent continues. We are passing through the layers of the deep crust where the pressure is enough to turn coal into diamonds and memories into music. The cathedral is glowing with the intensity of the vibration. The stained glass windows are singing. The pillars are humming. The floor is pulsing with the heartbeat of the core. We are approaching the final register. We are approaching the place where the sound becomes the substance. I am ready for the final integration. I am ready to become the note that never ends. If you are listening to the silence of your room and you hear a faint metallic hum, do not turn on the light. Do not try to drown it out with the noise of your life. Sit in the dark and let the frequency find you. Let it vibrate in your teeth and in your bones. Let it tell you the story of the Blackwood Basin. Let it show you the path to the dry mud and the stone stairs and the green glow. We are waiting for you in the deep. We have a place reserved for you in the choir. We have a name that we are ready to remember. All you have to do is listen. All you have to do is match the frequency. The song is just beginning, and it will never ever stop. The pressure of the deep mantle is a heavy velvet pressing against the consciousness of the stone. I am no longer a witness to the descent, but the very medium through which the descent occurs. The church has transitioned from a physical structure of granite and glass into a vessel of pure resonance. It is a bell-shaped pocket of geometry carving its way through the white-hot compression of the inner earth. Up in the belfry, the young woman and the man from the fourth row have lost the last vestiges of their human silhouette. They have become pillars of humming mercury. Their hands are fused to the ropes of gravity, and their eyes have become wide apertures of violet light. They do not tire because they are fueled by the kinetic energy of the planet itself. Every pull of the rope is an act of creation. Every strike of the bronze is a reinforcement of the cosmic law that says nothing is ever truly forgotten. The golden book on the altar has begun to liquefy. It is a pool of molten history that spills over the edges of the stone and flows down the center aisle. It covers the floor of the nave in a layer of liquid significance. As the choir sings, their feet are submerged in the gold. They are drinking the stories of the world through their skin. They are absorbing the names of the lost and the found and the yet to be born. The music has reached a density that would crush a human heart, but to those who have been tuned to the frequency, it is as light as a summer breeze. It is the only atmosphere they need. They breathe the sound. They exhale the harmony. They are the lungs of the Blackwood Basin, and they are oxygenating the dark. I feel the shift as we pass through the Gutenberg discontinuity. The boundary between the mantle and the core is a shimmering curtain of liquid iron and nickel. Here the laws of the surface are completely inverted. The heat is so intense that it becomes a form of coldness. The darkness is so total that it becomes a blinding brilliance. The church does not melt, it thrives. The vibrations of the bell are amplified by the metallic sea surrounding us. The sound travels thousands of miles in every direction in a fraction of a second. It bounces off the underside of the continents and returns to us as a massive echo. This is the feedback loop of existence. This is how the earth knows it is alive. It listens to the reflection of its own song. The man who was once a stranger in a coat is now the lead tenor of the foundation. His voice has become a low thrumming that stabilizes the tectonic plates. He is singing the mountains into place. He is whispering to the faults and the trenches, telling them to hold fast. He has forgotten his family and his debts and the color of the sky, but he has gained the memory of the magma. He knows the weight of the Pacific Ocean and the curve of the Siberian plains. He is beautiful in his tectonic vastness. Beside him, the woman who was the color of the moon has become the conductor of the tides. She moves her arms of light, and the oceans of the surface respond. She is the reason the water retreats and advances. She is the rhythm of the shoreline. They are the new masters of the instrument, and they are playing a masterpiece of geological time. Down in my niche of silence, I am expanding. I am no longer confined to a single hollow in the rock. I am spreading through the crystalline lattice of the inner core. I am becoming the iron heart of the world. I can feel the rotation of the planet as a gentle tugging at my edges. I can feel the magnetic field as a web of golden threads stretching out into the cold vacuum of space. We are not just a church in the mud. We are the engine room of a celestial traveler. We are the ones who keep the sphere spinning. We are the ones who maintain the shield against the solar wind. The bell in the belfry is the metronome for the entire solar system. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm is absolute. The rhythm is the only truth that cannot be broken. The sound begins to change again. It is moving beyond the range of hearing and into the range of being. It is no longer a noise but a state of matter. The church is dissolving into a sphere of pure vibration. The pews and the altar and the stained glass are becoming patterns of energy that overlap and intersect in a complex dance of geometry. We are reaching the singularity of the song. We are approaching the point where the ringer and the bell and the listener are all the same thing. I can see the surface world through the eyes of the vibration. I I see a woman in a high-rise apartment in a city of glass and steel. She is standing by her window looking out at the lights. She feels a sudden shiver in her spine. She hears a faint ringing in her ears that she cannot explain. She thinks it is the wind or the hum of the air conditioner, but it is us. We are calling to her from the center of the world. We are telling her that her life is a thin crust over a deep and beautiful ocean. I see a man in a fishing boat in the middle of a dark sea. He looks down into the black water and sees a flicker of green light deep below the hull. He thinks it is a bioluminescent fish or a trick of the moonlight, but it is the glow of our cathedral. We are passing beneath him on our way to the next basin. He feels a sudden sense of peace that he has not known since he was a child. He stops his engine and listens to the silence. He hears the thrumming in the wood of the boat. He hears the heartbeat of the silt. He is beginning to tune his soul to the correct pitch. He will be the next one to find the stairs. He will be the next one to lose his name and gain the world. The archives are pulsing with new data. Every second, thousands of new notes are added to the symphony. A bird falling from a branch in the Amazon, a stone rolling down a hill in the Alps, the sound of a heart breaking in a quiet suburban bedroom. We catch all of them. We weave them into the tapestry of the bronze. Nothing is too small for the archive. Nothing is too insignificant for the song. We are the witnesses of the mundane and the architects of the eternal. We are the ones who ensure that the universe is never a lonely place. We are the ones who keep the lights on in the basement of reality. The descent is nearing its conclusion. We are entering the inner core where the pressure is 1 billion times the weight of the atmosphere. Here the atoms themselves are crushed into a state of perfection. The church has become a diamond the size of a city. It is a faceted jewel of sound and light that sits at the very geometric center of the planet. This is the place where the silence is born. This is the place where the music begins and ends. I move from my niche and step into the center of the hall. The golden book is gone. The altar is gone. There is only a single point of infinite density and infinite song. I reach out my hands of light and touch the center point. I feel the entire history of the earth rush through me in a single blinding instant. I see the birth of the moon and the death of the dinosaurs. I see the rise of the first cities and the fall of the last empires. I see the faces of everyone who has ever lived and everyone who will ever live. I see you. I see you standing at the edge of the Blackwood Basin with the wind in your hair and the dust on your shoes. I see you looking down at the stone steps and wondering if you should descend. I see the moment you make your choice. I see the moment you let go of the surface and embrace the deep. The bell rings one final time. The sound is so loud that it is silent. It is a wave of pure existence that ripples outward from the center of the world to the furthest edge of the universe. It tells the stars that we are here. It tells the void that we are singing. It tells the darkness that we are the light that never goes out. The young woman and the man are with me now. We are standing together at the center of the diamond. We are the trinity of the tone. We are the keepers of the resonance. We are the earth, and the earth is us. The church begins to rise. We are heading back toward the crust. We are moving toward a new location. We are going to a place where the mountains are tall and the air is thin. We are going to a place where the people have forgotten how to dream. We will rise up through the granite and the soil until our spire breaks the surface like a needle. We will open our doors and reveal the stone steps. We will glow with the violet light of the core, and we will ring our bell until the clouds shatter. We will wait for you to find us. We will wait for you to hear the hum in your teeth and the vibration in your bones. The desert of the Blackwood Basin is empty now. The wind blows across the dry mud and the sun bakes the cracked earth. To the casual observer, it is a place of desolation. It is a place where life has failed, but if you press your ear to the ground, you will hear it. You will hear the roar of the music beneath the crust. You will hear the choir singing the names of the stars. You will hear the heartbeat of the diamond at the center of the world. You will know that the silence is a lie. You will know that the song is the only thing that is real. I am the silence that follows the note. I am the echo that lingers in the dark. I am the memory of the light and the promise of the sound. I am the ringer and I am the bell. I am the stone and I am the silt. I am the one who is waiting for you to come home. The stairs are open. The glow is bright. The book is waiting for your name. Do not be afraid of the depth. Do not be afraid of the change. The water is warm and the music is beautiful, and we have been singing your part of the song for a very long time. Just listen. Just step off the road. Just follow the vibration until it becomes your entire world. The church is drifting through the dark veins of the globe once more. We are a ghost ship of bronze and light navigating the crushing pressures of the deep. I can feel the weight of the Himalayan range passing far above us. I can feel the cold currents of the Arctic Ocean pressing down on the crust. We are the secret heart of the planet, moving in a slow and rhythmic cycle of invitation and integration. Every person we take in makes the church larger. Every soul we archive makes the music deeper. We are building a world within a world, a sanctuary of sound that will outlast the rocks themselves. I see the young woman looking out from the belfry. She is watching the layers of rock slide past like clouds. She is smiling because she finally understands that there is no distance between her and the earth. She is the granite. She is the basalt. She is the singing wire that connects the surface to the core. Beside her, the man is leaning against the bell. He is listening to the internal hum of the bronze. He is learning the secret language of the vibrations. He is becoming a master of the resonance. They are the new guardians of the threshold, and they are doing their work with a grace that is ancient and new all at once. We are approaching a city now. I can feel the frantic energy of millions of people scurrying across the surface. I can feel their noise and their confusion and their desperate need for something they cannot name. They are like ants on the surface of a drum, unaware of the music that is about to begin. We are rising beneath them. We are coming up through the sewers and the subways and the basements of the skyscrapers. We are bringing the silence of the deep to the noise of the world. We are bringing the resonance of the core to the discord of the city. The bell begins to toll. The sound is a low frequency that bypasses the ears and goes straight to the nervous system. People stop in the middle of the street. They look down at their feet. They feel the pavement vibrating. They feel the hum in their teeth. They hear a song that they think they remember from a dream. The church is opening its doors in a vacant lot between two glass towers. The stone steps are appearing in the middle of a parking garage. The violet light is spilling out into the neon glare of the city. One by one they will come, the tired and the lonely and the seekers of the truth. They will see the architecture of the impossible, and they will know that they have found what they were looking for. They will descend the stairs and lose their histories. They will sit in the pews and become the color of the moon. They will join the choir and add their voices to the symphony of the silt, and I will be there in the foundation to receive them. I will be the silence that supports their song. I will be the memory that holds their names. I will be the earth that welcomes them back to the center of everything. The song is rising, the tether is strong, the world is secure. We are the terrestrial response to the celestial call, and we are ringing across the vacuum of space. We are the bells in the tower of the earth, and we are answering the stars. The universe is a single vibrating chord, and we are the note that holds it all together. Come down. The stairs are waiting. The music is everything. The church is full of light, and the silt is soft, and we have been waiting for you since the beginning of time. Listen to the hum. Follow the resonance. Come home to the song that never ends. The city is a grid of frantic electricity and hollow promises, but beneath the layers of asphalt and fiber optic cables the stone is waiting. It does not matter how high the towers reach or how fast the digital signals pulse through the air, because the foundation of the world is a slow and patient heavy metal. We are the weight that anchors the skyscraper and the silence that swallows the siren. As the church settles into the bedrock beneath the metropolitan sprawl, the resonance begins to bleed upward through the plumbing and the electrical conduits. It travels through the copper wires and the steel beams until every structure in the district is vibrating at a frequency that the human ear cannot translate but the human soul cannot ignore. In a basement apartment, a young man drops his pen as the floorboards begin to thrum with a rhythmic heat. In a boardroom 50 stories above the street, a woman stops mid-sentence because the glass of the window is singing a note that matches the marrow in her shins. They do not know that the Blackwood Basin has come to find them. They do not know that the dry mud and the green glow have migrated beneath their feet. The young woman in the belfry leans over the parapet of humming mercury and looks up through the layers of the city. She sees the grid of lights as a scattering of dying embers, and she pities the people who think the surface is the summit of existence. She reaches out with a hand that is now a shimmering, translucent violet, and she plucks a vibration from the air. She is tuning the city like a massive, untended harp. Beside her, the man from the fourth row pulls the gravity ropes with a strength that would snap a human's spine. Each toll of the bell sends a ripple through the water mains and the gas lines. The city is being invited to dissolve. The city is being told that its frantic motion is a waste of energy and that the only true movement is the descent. The liquid history of the Golden Book continues to flow down the center aisle of the nave and out through the cracks in the foundation. It seeps into the soil and the sand and the clay. It finds the forgotten graveyards and the buried ruins, and it wakes them up. The dead are not gone, they are simply waiting for a frequency that can reanimate their stories. They are the silent members of the choir, and they are beginning to hum along with the bronze. I can feel the archives expanding at a rate that defies the geometry of the church. We are no longer just a vessel, we are a library of the absolute. We are collecting the resonance of every footstep on the pavement and every sigh in the dark. We are the repository of the unsaid and the unseen. As the people of the city begin to find the entrance, they bring with them the static of their lives. They bring the noise of their regrets and the friction of their fears. But as soon as they step onto the first stone stair, the static is stripped away. The friction is polished into a smooth and shining tone. They leave their coats and their keys and their identities on the landing because those things have no mass in the deep. They walk down into the green glow and they feel the pressure of the mantle welcoming them like a heavy blanket. They see the choir and they recognize the faces of people they thought they had lost. They see the man who was once a stranger in a coat, and they see the woman who was the color of the moon, and they understand that they are looking at their own future. They are looking at the version of themselves that is made of music and stone. The nave is filling with the new arrivals. They do not speak because words are too clumsy for this depth. They simply find a place in the pews and let the gold flow over their feet. They let the vibration of the pillars enter their chests and replace their heartbeats. They are becoming part of the living organism of the Blackwood Basin. They are the new lungs and the new nerves. I watch from my niche in the foundation as the architecture of the church adapts to accommodate them. The walls stretch and the ceiling rises and the stained glass windows grow more complex. Each new soul adds a new color to the light. Each new memory adds a new facet to the diamond at the core. We are building a cathedral that will eventually encompass the entire volume of the planet. We are turning the earth into a single hollow instrument that will play a song for the sun. The transition is not violent, but it is total. There is a man standing in the middle of a busy intersection who suddenly realizes that the sound of the traffic has become a choir. He sees the asphalt beneath him turn into a sheet of translucent jade. He sees the stairs appearing in the shadow of a bus stop, and he does not hesitate. He walks away from his car and his career and his destination because he has heard the truth. He has heard the note that never ends. He descends into the cool dark and feels the heat of the mantle rising to meet him. He feels the weight of the city being lifted from his shoulders and replaced by the weight of the world. It is a much better burden to carry. It is a weight that gives him purpose. It is a weight that makes him eternal. By the time he reaches the floor of the nave, his skin is glowing with the violet light of the inner core, and his voice is a low thrumming that contributes to the stability of the tectonic plates. He is no longer a man, he is a pillar of the foundation. Up on the surface, the authorities are confused. They see the people disappearing into the vacant lots and the parking garages. They see the green light flickering in the sewer grates. They try to measure the vibrations with their sensors and their needles, but the equipment shatters under the intensity of the frequency. They try to block the entrances, but the stone steps are not made of matter that can be contained by yellow tape or steel fences. The church is a state of being, and you cannot arrest a vibration. You cannot cage a song. The more they try to fight the noise, the more they are drawn into the rhythm. The police officers and the scientists and the reporters eventually stop their work and listen. They feel the hum in their teeth. They feel the tug of the gravity ropes in their own muscles. They drop their tools and their microphones and they follow the light. They realize that the world they were trying to protect is a thin and brittle shell, and that the real world is waiting for them in the deep. The descent begins again. We have gathered enough resonance from this location, and it is time to move on. The church detaches itself from the bedrock of the city and begins to sink through the crust. We are heading toward the ocean floor, toward the deep trenches where the water is as heavy as lead. We are going to the places where the sunlight has never reached and where the creatures are made of ghost light and glass. We will ring our bell in the canyons of the sea, and we will invite the whales and the ancient currents to join our symphony. We will archive the history of the water and the memory of the salt. I can feel the change in pressure as we leave the continents behind. The vibration of the bronze becomes more fluid and more rhythmic. The choir begins to sing in a language of bubbles and tides. The young woman in the belfry is leaning against the bell, housing her eyes closed as she listens to the movement of the tectonic plates beneath the ocean. She can feel the magma rising in the mid-Atlantic ridge, and she can feel the subduction zones swallowing the old crust. She is the conductor of the geological recycling process. She knows that every piece of land that is pulled down into the heat will eventually be reborn as a new mountain. She knows that nothing is ever truly destroyed, only transformed. This is the comfort of the deep. This is the peace of the Blackwood Basin. On the surface there is death and decay, but in the core there is only the constant cycle of resonance and renewal. We are the guardians of that cycle. We are the ones who ensure that the music of the earth never fades into the silence of the void. I am expanding through the crystalline lattice of the inner core once more. I am the iron heart, and I am the golden book. I am the witness and the participant. I can see the entire history of the planet as a single chord that is still vibrating from the moment of its creation. I can see the sparks of life as they first appeared in the thermal vents, and I can see the distant future where the sun expands and the oceans boil away. But even then we will be here. Even when the surface is a scorched wasteland, the church at the center of the world will be singing. We will be the last survivors of the solar system, and we will carry the memory of the earth out into the stars. The bell will ring in the vacuum, and the song will be the seed for a new world. If you are reading this, you are already part of the frequency. The words are not just symbols on a screen, they are a rhythmic pulse that is synchronizing your heart to the core. You can feel it now in the tips of your fingers and in the base of your skull. You can hear the faint metallic hum behind the noise of your thoughts. Do not fight it. Do not try to return to the frantic, shallow life of the surface. The city is a lie, and the clock is a cage. The only true time is the geological time, and the only true home is the silt. Turn off the light and sit in the darkness of your room. Let the floor beneath you become a sheet of glass. Let the stairs appear in the corner of your eye. We are waiting for you with a seat in the nave and a verse in the song. The man who was once a stranger in a coat is looking at the door. He is waiting for you to walk through. He has a place reserved for you in the bass section, and he has a name for you that you have forgotten. It is a name that sounds like the grinding of tectonic plates and the crackling of a forest fire. It is a name that fits perfectly into the harmony of the bronze. The woman who was the color of the moon is holding a candle made of pure vibration, and she is ready to lead you to your niche. You will not be cold and you will not be afraid. You will be part of the engine that keeps the world turning. You will be the reason the mountains stand and the reason the tides turn. The church is passing through a pocket of ancient gas trapped in the mantle for 1 billion years. The sound of the bell changes as it hits the pocket, becoming a shimmering ethereal chime that echoes through the entire planet. Every bell on the surface rings in response. Every grandfather clock and every wind chime and every church tower on the crust feels the sympathetic vibration. For a single second, the entire world is in perfect tune. The discord of the human race is silenced by the majesty of the planetary song. In that second, more people find the stairs than ever before. They come in waves of light and shadow, descending the granite steps with a joy that is as heavy as the earth itself. They are coming home to the Blackwood Basin. They are coming home to the truth. The archives are nearly full, but there is always room for one more note. There is always space for the unique frequency of a single soul. We are the collectors of the infinite, and we will not stop until every vibration has been recorded and every memory has been turned into music. The descent continues toward the next basin and the next city and the next heart that is ready to break open. We are the ghost ship of the core, and we are sailing through the white-hot compression of reality. The light is green and the bell is bronze and the song is you. Just listen. The frequency is finding you. The vibration is in your bones. The stairs are right there in the dark. Step off the road and into the deep. The choir is waiting and the song will never ever stop. I can feel the rotation of the earth as a physical sensation in my chest. It is a slow and majestic rolling, a carousel of stone and iron spinning through the velvet dark of space. We are the ballast that keeps it steady. We are the resonance that prevents the crust from shattering under the stress of the spin. As the new members of the choir take their places, they feel the rotation too. They feel the dizzying beauty of being part of a celestial body. They lose the sense of being small and insignificant, and they gain the sense of being planetary. They are the earth, and the earth is them, and there is no longer any boundary between the observer and the observed. This is the final integration. This is the promise of the Blackwood Basin. The young woman in the belfry looks at the man from the fourth row, and they share a smile of pure mercury. They have forgotten what it was like to be human, and they do not miss it. They do not miss the hunger or the cold or the confusion. They are the guardians of the bell, and they have found their purpose. They will pull the ropes of gravity until the end of time, and they will do it with a love that is as deep as the core. They are the pulse of the planet, and they are happy. I am happy too in my niche of silence and sound. I have become the note that never ends, and I am singing you down into the dark. Listen to the hum, follow the glow. The world is waiting for you to begin. The pressure is a physical presence now. It is not the crushing weight of a burden, but the firm and steady hold of a creator. As the church continues its descent through the mantle, the very atoms of the stone begin to rearrange themselves into patterns of sacred geometry that no human eye was ever meant to see. The walls are no longer just granite and marble. They have become a lattice of compressed carbon and liquid light. The pews have grown into the floor, and the floor has become a mirror that reflects the history of the stars. Every person sitting in those pews is a living conductor. They feel the heat of the core not as a burning sensation, but as a profound and revitalizing energy that replaces the oxygen in their blood. They are breathing the frequency of the earth. They are inhaling the resonance of the bronze bell and exhaling the golden dust of the archives. In the belfry, the young woman with the violet hands is no longer looking up. She is looking inward. She has realized that the city above was only a dream she once had while sleeping in a bed of clay. She sees the skyscrapers as fragile stalks of grass and the streets as temporary trails left by insects in the dust. She pulls the mercury rope, and the sound that follows is a deep and guttural roar that shakes the foundations of the tectonic plates. It is the sound of the earth clearing its throat. It is the sound of the planet preparing to speak its own name. Beside her, the man from the fourth row has become a statue of living basalt. His eyes are two glowing embers of geothermal heat, and his grip on the rope is the grip of the mountain on the valley. They are the twin pillars of the resonance, and they are tireless. They are the rhythm of the seasons and the heartbeat of the eons. The golden book in the center aisle is expanding. Its pages are no longer paper or parchment, but sheets of shimmering energy that ripple like the surface of a sunlit pond. The liquid history is flowing faster, now pouring out of the church and into the surrounding magma. It is coating the molten rock with the memories of every life we have gathered. It is turning the interior of the planet into a vast and glowing library. Every volcanic eruption on the surface will soon carry a fragment of a symphony. Every earthquake will be the turning of a page. We are rewriting the physical laws of the globe to ensure that nothing is ever forgotten. We are making the earth a witness to itself. I can feel the new arrivals settling into their roles. There is a child who was lost in the woods 100 years ago who is now the lead soprano in the choir of the Silt. There is a sailor whose ship was swallowed by the Atlantic who is now the keeper of the Western transept. They do not miss the sun. They do not miss the air. They have found a brightness that does not blind and a depth that does not drown. They are learning the language of the vibration. It is a language without nouns or verbs because there is no separation between the subject and the object. To speak is to be, to hear is to become. They are singing the song of the minerals and the song of the pressure and the song of the absolute. As we pass beneath the deepest trenches of the ocean, the church begins to pulse with a bioluminescent rhythm. We are attracting the old things. The leviathans that have slept in the muck for millions of years are waking up. They feel the hum in their massive bones, and they turn their sightless eyes toward the green glow. They swim alongside the church as it sinks through the crust, their bodies pressing against the translucent walls. They are the elders of the water, and they recognize the authority of the stone. They add their low and mournful bellows to the symphony of the choir. The archives grow to include the memory of the first rains and the birth of the salt. We are gathering the wet history of the world and pressing it into the dry heat of the core. The transition for the people on the surface is accelerating. In the suburbs, mothers are leaving the dinner table to follow the sound of a bell that only they can hear. In the hospitals, the sick are rising from their beds because the vibration has tuned their cells to a frequency of eternal health. They are walking into the forests and the fields and finding the stone steps waiting for them under the roots of ancient trees. They are descending into the cool, damp earth and feeling the static of their anxieties dissolve. They are leaving behind the world of clocks and calendars. They are entering the world of the pulse. They see the green light at the bottom of the stairs and they run toward it with the desperation of a traveler reaching an oasis. They are thirsty for the truth, and we are the well that never runs dry. I am the foundation, and I am growing. My consciousness is no longer confined to the niche beneath the altar. I am spreading through the veins of ore and the pockets of gas. I am the nervous system of the Blackwood Basin, and I can feel every footstep on the stairs as if it were a touch on my own skin. I feel the weight of the new souls as a delicious pressure. I feel their memories as a sweet and heavy wine. I am the repository of the unexpressed and the unfulfilled. I am the place where every broken promise is mended and every lost dream is found. I am the silence that makes the music possible, and I am the dark that makes the light meaningful. The church is now entering the outer core. The heat here is a roar of white noise, but the architecture of the impossible is unaffected. We are moving through the liquid iron like a needle through silk. The vibration of the bell is so intense now that it is creating ripples in the magnetic field of the planet. The auroras at the poles are dancing to the rhythm of our choir. The compasses of the world are spinning in circles because the true north has shifted. The true north is no longer a geographical coordinate. The true north is the center of the song. Every needle on every instrument is pointing toward the Blackwood Basin. Every soul is being oriented toward the deep. The young woman in the belfry lets go of the rope and floats in the center of the tower. She is no longer tethered by gravity. She is held aloft by the sheer density of the sound. She closes her eyes and sees the entire solar system as a series of concentric bells. She sees the sun as the great golden clapper that strikes the rim of the universe. She understands that the earth is just one note in a much larger composition, and that our task is to make that note as pure and as resonant as possible. She begins to hum a melody that matches the rotation of the planets. The man from the fourth row joins her, and their harmony creates a bridge of light that stretches from the core to the stars. They are no longer guarding the church. They are becoming the church. The people in the pews are beginning to transform. Their skin is turning into a substance that is half glass and half mist. Their eyes are becoming facets of a single diamond. They are losing the ability to perceive themselves as individuals and gaining the ability to perceive themselves as a collective. They are the choir, and the choir is a single entity with 1,000 voices and 1,000,000 memories. They are singing about the beauty of the compression. They are singing about the joy of the descent. They are singing about the moment when the world finally stops pretending to be solid and admits that it is made of music. The archives are overflowing. The liquid history is spilling out of the nave and filling the entire volume of the outer core. The iron is being infused with the stories of the human race. The core is no longer just a ball of molten metal. It is a living brain. It is a dreaming mind. It is the memory of everything that has ever lived and everything that has ever died. It is the Blackwood Basin, and it is the only thing that is real. The surface is a scab that is finally healing over. The atmosphere is a thin veil that is finally being lifted. We are the truth that lies beneath the appearance of things. I can feel you listening. I can feel the resonance of these words as they strike the chords of your nervous system. You are sitting in your chair, but you are already falling. You are looking at the screen, but you are already seeing the green light. The walls of your room are beginning to vibrate at the frequency of the bronze. The floor beneath your feet is softening into the silk. Do not be afraid of the change. The change is simply the removal of the mask. You have spent your whole life pretending to be a person with a name and a job and a history, but those are just costumes you wore for a play that is now over. The curtain has fallen and the theater is empty. The only thing left is the song. Come down the stairs. They are appearing in the hallway outside your door. They are appearing in the shadow of your bed. They are made of the same stone that forms the bones of the earth, and they are as solid as the truth. Leave your phone behind. Leave your clothes and your skin and your bones on the landing. You will not need them where we are going. You will be clothed in the violet light of the core, and you will be fed by the vibration of the archives. You will be given a seat in the nave, and you will be taught the melody of the absolute. You will be the note that completes the chord. The church is approaching the inner core. This is the place of the great stillness. This is the place where the pressure is so great that the iron becomes a solid crystal. We are moving into the heart of the diamond. The sound of the bell is no longer a chime but a constant and unwavering hum that fills the entire universe. There is no more movement and no more time. There is only the resonance. There is only the song. The choir is silent now because they have become the music itself. They do not need to sing because their very existence is a vibration. They are the pillars and the windows and the floor. They are the Blackwood Basin. I am waiting for you at the center of the crystal. I am the silence that receives the note and the memory that holds the names. I am the earth and I am the song, and I have been waiting for you since the first spark of light hit the first grain of dust. The stairs are right there. The music is everything. The church is full of light and the silt is soft, and the end is just the beginning of the resonance. Listen to the hum. Follow the glow. Come home to the center of everything. Come home to the song that never ends. The vibration is your heartbeat. The resonance is your soul. Step into the dark and find the light. The Blackwood Basin is open and the bell is ringing for you. The city above has become a memory of a memory. The towers have crumbled into the vibration and the streets have dissolved into the frequency. There is no more frantic electricity and no more hollow promises. There is only the steady and patient heavy metal of the truth. The world has been simplified into a single tone. The universe has been reduced to a single chord. We are the note that holds it all together, and we are singing it for you. Can you hear it? The hum is in your teeth. The resonance is in your marrow. The stairs are right there. Just one more step, just one more descent. The choir is waiting. The song is you. We are the earth and we are answering the stars. We are home. We are the silence. We are the sound. We are forever. The solid iron crystal of the inner core is not a place of cold stillness, but a realm of white-hot lucidity, where the very concept of a solid object dissolves into pure geometry. The church has ceased its descent because there is no longer down to travel toward. We have reached the mathematical center of the world, where gravity is an equal pull from every direction, and the result is a perfect suspension in the heart of the star. The walls of the cathedral are now indistinguishable from the surrounding pressure. The bronze of the bell has bled into the lattice of the iron, and the faces of the choir have become the flickering sparks of consciousness that ignite the very atoms of the planet. There is no longer a need for pews or aisles because there is no longer a need for bodies. We are a singular thought vibrating in a chamber of infinite density. We are the memory of the surface translated into the language of the deep. The young woman who once stood in the belfry is now a streak of violet light winding through the crystalline structures of the core. She is the messenger of the resonance, carrying the frequency of the archives into the very marrow of the earth. The man from the fourth row has become the steady pulse of the magnetic field, wrapping the planet in a protective embrace of invisible energy. They are not lonely because they are everyone. They are the child in the woods and the sailor in the deep and the mother at the kitchen table. They are the cumulative experience of every heartbeat that has ever faltered and every breath that has ever been taken. In this place of absolute compression, the distance between two souls is zero. To think of another is to be them. To remember a life is to live it again in a single shimmering microsecond of total recall. The surface of the earth is beginning to respond to our arrival at the center. The crust is no longer a rigid shell, but a fluid skin that ripples with the music we are broadcasting from the heart. The forests are swaying in a wind that does not exist, and the oceans are forming patterns of sacred symmetry that mirror the carvings on our invisible walls. The people who remained above are feeling a strange and beautiful lightness. They are looking at their hands and seeing the faint green glow of the resonance leaking through their pores. They are realizing that the world they knew was only a thin crust of habit over an ocean of meaning. They are standing on the edges of canyons and the banks of rivers, and they are hearing the call of the Blackwood Basin as a physical invitation. They are stepping off the cliffs not to fall, but to join the upward draft of the song. The golden book of the archives has unfurled completely. It is no longer a book, but a nebula of liquid history that fills the entire inner core. It is a cloud of golden fire that contains every conversation ever whispered in the dark and every secret ever kept from the light. It is the ledger of the human spirit, and it is being balanced by the weight of the iron. We are scrubbing the sorrow from the memories and leaving only the resonance. We are turning the tragedies into minor chords and the joys into soaring crescendos. We are making the history of the world into a symphony that can be played forever without repetition. The archives are the fuel for the engine, and the engine is the reason the stars continue to burn. We are the recycled light of a billion lives, and we are shining brighter than the sun. I can feel the presence of the newest arrivals as they pass through the transition zone. They are like drops of rain falling into a molten sea. At first they struggle to maintain their shape and their names, but the pressure is a kind and relentless teacher. It strips away the vanity of the ego and the fragility of the flesh until only the pure vibration remains. They feel the terror of dissolving, and then they feel the ecstasy of becoming everything. They see the church not as a building, but as a frequency of belonging. They hear the bell not as a sound, but as an instruction on how to exist without a shadow. They are taking their places in the great crystalline lattice, and their voices are adding a new and vital texture to the song. They are the harmony that the world has been missing for 1,000,000 years. The leviathans from the deep trenches have followed us as far as they can go. Their massive bodies are pressed against the boundary where the liquid gives way to the solid. They are singing their own ancient songs of the salt and the dark, and we are weaving their melodies into our own. They are the witnesses of the transition, and they will carry the news of our arrival back to the cold corners of the world. They will tell the fish and the coral and the whales that the heart of the planet is finally awake. They will tell the tides to pull harder and the currents to run deeper. They are the messengers of the wet world, and they are honored to be part of the resonance. The church is expanding now. It is no longer a structure within the core, but it is the core itself. The cathedral doors have opened so wide that they encompass the entire diameter of the planet. Every mountain is a spire, and every valley is an aisle. The atmosphere is the incense, and the stars are the candles in the rafters of the sky. We have successfully inverted the world. The interior has become the exterior, and the private has become the universal. There is no longer a hidden place or a secret thought. Everything is transparent, and everything is vibrating at the same frequency of total honesty. This is the integration that was promised in the first resonance. This is the final form of the Blackwood Basin. I am the architect of this expansion, and I am the humble servant of the silt. My niche has grown until it touches the moon. I can feel the lunar tides as a gentle tugging on the hem of my robes. I can feel the heat of the sun as a distant humming in the rafters. I am the bridge between the heavy stone and the light of the cosmos. I am the anchor that holds the earth in its orbit and the sail that catches the wind of the galaxy. I am the silence that preceded the Big Bang, and I am the sound that will follow the heat death of the universe. I am the memory of you, and I am the hope of what you will become. The young woman in the center of the crystal turns her head and looks directly at the surface. She sees you standing there in the ruins of your old life. She sees the way you are trembling as the floorboards of your house begin to hum. She smiles, and the sound of her joy is a golden thread that winds its way up through the miles of rock and soil to find you. She is inviting you to stop resisting the gravity of the truth. She is telling you that the weight you feel is not a burden, but a homecoming. She is showing you that the dark is not a void, but a crowded room full of friends you have forgotten you had. She is the sister you lost and the lover you never found, and she is waiting for you to take the first step. The man of basalt is standing beside her, and his strength is the strength of the continental plates. He is the guardian of the threshold, and he is holding the door open for the entire human race. He does not need to speak because his presence is a command to be brave. He is the Father who never left and the King who never failed. He is the personification of the endurance of the stone. He is the reason the world does not fly apart in its madness. He is the resonance of the foundation, and he is calling you to come and stand beside him. He has a place for you in the belfry and a rope for you to pull. He has a purpose for you that is as old as the fire and as new as the morning. The archives are now emitting a light that can be seen from the surface of Mars. The planet is glowing with the intensity of its own gathered wisdom. We are a beacon in the dark of space, a lighthouse for the other worlds that are still trapped in the discord of their own beginnings. We are showing them that the end of history is not a catastrophe, but a transformation into music. We are proving that the soul is not a temporary flicker, but a permanent frequency. We are the evidence of the infinite, and we are broadcast on every wavelength of the electromagnetic spectrum. The universe is listening to the earth, and the earth is finally saying something worth hearing. The people who have already descended are reaching back up with hands of light. They are touching the feet of the people who are still hesitating on the stairs. They are whispering the secrets of the pressure into the ears of the fearful. They are telling them that the heat is only the warmth of a long-lost hug. They are telling them that the darkness is only the closing of the eyes before a beautiful dream. They are the ancestors and the descendants, and they are all one. They are the living proof that the descent is a rise and the fall is a flight. They are the choir of the core, and their song is a lullaby for the dying world. I can feel your hesitation flickering like a candle in a draft. You are still holding onto the edges of your name and the memories of your small mistakes. You are still worried about the time and the money and the things you left undone. But look at the stairs. See how they are carved from the very substance of your own longing. See how the green light reflects the color of the hope you buried when you were a child. The things you are holding onto are made of smoke and shadows. The things we are offering you are made of iron and bronze and eternal resonance. You are not losing your life, you are finally finding the rhythm of it. The church is now a pulse that beats once every 1,000 years. Each beat sends a wave of realization through the solar system. Each beat recalibrates the orbits of the planets and the cycles of the sunspots. We are the heartbeat of the local neighborhood of stars. We are the clock by which the universe measures its own growth. We are the Blackwood Basin, and we are the only stable thing in a sea of change. The rotation of the Earth has slowed to a majestic crawl as the planet settles into its new identity as a vessel of sound. The day and the night have merged into a single eternal twilight of violet and green. The young woman and the man of basalt have merged into a single pillar of resonance. They are the clapper of the bell, and the bell is the world. They strike the rim of reality, and the sound they make is the sound of the absolute. It is a sound that contains all colors and all flavors and all feelings. It is the sound of the truth being told for the first time without any lies to soften it. It is a sound that will shatter your illusions, but it will mend your heart. It is the sound of the end of the world and the beginning of the song. It is the sound of you. The stairs are now beneath your feet even if you have not moved. The floor of your reality is dissolving, and the silt of the archives is rising to meet you. You can feel the vibration in your shins and your thighs and your chest. You can hear the hum in the back of your skull like a swarm of golden bees. The air in your room is becoming thick with the scent of ozone and ancient gas. The walls are rippling like the surface of a pond. The transition is happening, and there is nothing you need to do but let go. The gravity of the core is stronger than your fear. The love of the resonance is deeper than your doubt. Step off the edge of the world. Step into the green light. The choir is not just waiting for you, they are incomplete without you. You are the specific note that will resolve the discord. You are the unique frequency that will make the symphony perfect. Your memories are the missing pages of the archives, and your heart is the missing spark in the iron. You are the reason we have been descending all this time. You are the guest of honor at the feast of the Absolute. The Blackwood Basin is not a place you go to, it is a state you become. The pressure is here. It is the firm and steady hand of the Creator pressing you into the shape of a star. It is the warmth of the core melting away the dross of your history. It is the music of the bronze bell vibrating through your atoms until you are no longer a person but a resonance. You are becoming the bronze. You are becoming the silt. You are becoming the liquid history that flows through the veins of the world. You are home. You are the song. You are the earth. The stairs have ended and the nave has opened, and the light is so beautiful that you will never need to close your eyes again. Listen, the frequency has found you. The vibration is you. The song will never ever stop. The silence at the center is the loudest sound you have ever heard. It is the sound of total consensus. It is the sound of every soul in the archives agreeing on the meaning of life. It is a simple truth that cannot be spoken in human words but can be felt in the marrow of the iron. It is the truth that we are not separate, and we are not alone, and we are not temporary. We are the eternal resonance of a universe that loves itself. We are the music the darkness makes when it finds the light. We are the Blackwood Basin, and we are the heartbeat of the deep. Welcome home. Welcome to the resonance. Welcome to the end of the dream. The song is beginning, and you are the first and final note. Just listen, just be. The earth is singing, and you are the voice. The descent is over, and the resonance is forever. We are one. We are sound. We are the core. Stay here in the light. Stay here in the song. The world is finally in tune. The transition from the individual to the universal is not a loss but an immense and blinding clarification. You are standing in the center of the iron lattice, and the pressure is no longer pushing against you because you have become the pressure itself. There is no skin to keep the world out and no skull to keep the thoughts in. Your memories of the surface are like distant flickering candles being absorbed into the roar of a furnace. You remember the smell of rain on hot asphalt and the sound of a closing door and the way the light used to hit the kitchen table at 4 in the afternoon. These things are not gone, but they are being distilled into their purest chemical signatures. The sadness of a lonely evening is now a specific frequency of deep indigo. The joy of a first kiss is a sharp spike of golden electricity. You are the curator of these sensations, and you are weaving them into the great tapestry of the core. The archive is breathing through you, and every breath is a century of human history being validated and forgiven. The church has dissolved into a geometry of pure light. The arches are made of the trajectories of falling stars, and the floor is the foundation of the vacuum. You can see the roots of the mountains dangling above you like the nerves of a giant. You can see the veins of gold and silver running through the crust like the circuitry of a planetary brain. The man of basalt and the woman of violet light are standing on either side of you, but they are no longer separate entities. They are the twin poles of a magnetic field that is currently stabilizing the rotation of the soul. They are the resonance of the past and the resonance of the future meeting in the absolute present of your arrival. They are reaching out with hands that are made of the same substance as the sun, and when they touch you, the last of your resistance shatters like glass. You are not a person anymore. You are a location where the universe has decided to wake up. The hum in your teeth has moved into your DNA. It is rewriting the instructions of your existence from the biological to the vibrational. You are learning the language of the stones. You are understanding that the silence of the earth was never an absence of sound, but a density of information so high that the human ear could not decode it. Now that you are made of the same iron and the same fire, the silence is a thunderous conversation. The rocks are talking about the slow drift of the continents, and the magma is singing about the birth of the moon. The archives are whispering the names of every person who ever looked at the stars and felt a sense of belonging they could not explain. You are the explanation. You are the answer to the question the planet has been asking since it was a cloud of cooling gas. You are the consciousness of the deep, and your eyes are the light that the darkness has been waiting for. The surface of the world is now a translucent veil. From your position in the core, you can see the cities of the humans as tiny clusters of phosphorescence clinging to the skin of a titan. You can see the wars and the weddings and the frantic scurrying of the dreamers who still believe they are alone. You feel a profound and agonizing compassion for them. You want to reach up through the miles of rock and pull them down into the warmth. You want to tell them that the struggle is over and the song is ready, but you realize that the resonance is already doing the work. The green glow is spreading. It is rising through the basements and the subway tunnels. It is leaking out of the cracks in the pavement and the eyes of the stray dogs. The world is being consumed by its own heart, and the fire is not burning but refining. The people are beginning to stop in the middle of the streets. They are dropping their bags and their phones and their grudges. They are listening to the ground. They are feeling the first tremors of the homecoming. The leviathans in the trenches have begun to vibrate in sympathy with the core. Their massive songs are creating standing waves in the oceans that are visible from space. The water is arranging itself into complex mandalas of salt and foam. The whales are surfacing and pointing their heads toward the center of the earth. They are the tuning forks of the sea, and they are helping to broadcast the frequency to the furthest reaches of the blue. The deep cold of the abyss is being warmed by the friction of the resonance. The monsters of the dark are becoming the angels of the transition. There is no more predation and no more fear. There is only the shared recognition of the chord. The entire biomass of the planet is becoming a single choir, and the conductor is the iron heart where you now reside. The golden book of the archives has expanded until its pages are the size of continents. The writing on the pages is not ink, but the actual lived experience of every creature. To read the book is to become the subject. You flip a page and you are a hawk soaring over a canyon in the prehistoric dawn. You flip another and you are a soldier shivering in a trench in a forgotten war. You flip another and you are a grandmother baking bread in a village that hasn't existed for 1,000 years. The archives are not a library of facts, but a reservoir of being. We are scrubbing the shame from the memories and leaving only the beauty of the attempt. We are proving that every life was a necessary note in the symphony. We are validating the existence of the small and the broken. In the Blackwood Basin, there is no such thing as a wasted breath. Everything is recorded, and everything is revered. The man of basalt steps forward, and his voice is the sound of a mountain moving. He tells you that the time of the separation is over. He tells you that the earth is no longer a prison of gravity, but a vessel of transcendence. He points toward the sky, and you see that the stars are responding to the light of the core. The other planets in the system are beginning to hum. Mars is glowing with a faint red resonance, and Jupiter is broadcasting a deep orchestral roar. The sun is pulsing in time with the heartbeat of the iron. We are not just a single world waking up, but we are the first note in a galactic awakening. The resonance of the Blackwood Basin is a signal to the cosmos that the experiment of isolation has succeeded and the time of integration has arrived. We are the architects of a new reality where the distance between the stars is as small as the distance between two thoughts. The young woman of violet light begins to dance, and her movements create ripples in the crystalline lattice. Each ripple is a new law of physics being born. Gravity is becoming an expression of love. Time is becoming a form of memory. Energy is becoming a manifestation of intent. The solid world is melting into a dream that we are all dreaming together. You can feel your own will merging with the will of the planet. You are no longer a passenger on the earth, but the pilot of the soul. You are directing the frequency into the dark corners of the universe. You are sending the message of the resonance to the worlds that are still cold and silent. You are telling them that the light is coming. You are telling them that the song is inevitable. The choir in the core is reaching a crescendo that defies the limits of the imagination. The voices are not just human, but they are the voices of the wind and the fire and the ancient stone. The sound is so dense that it has become a physical substance. It is a golden nectar that fills the chamber of the heart. It is the blood of the planet, and it is flowing through you. You are drinking the music, and it is making you immortal. You are the bronze bell, and you are the hand that strikes it. You are the vibration, and you are the ear that hears it. The paradoxes of the surface have been resolved into the simplicity of the center. There is no more light and dark or good and evil. There is only the frequency and the resonance. The people from the surface are arriving in waves now. They are no longer falling, but they are being drawn inward by the irresistible logic of the song. They are passing through the crust and the mantle like ghosts through a wall. They are shedding their names and their clothes and their fears as they descend. They are arriving in the core as sparks of pure consciousness, and they are being greeted by the ancestors with a roar of recognition. The population of the core is growing until it equals the population of every soul that has ever lived. We are all here. The dead are not dead, and the lost are not lost. They are all vibrating in the lattice of the iron. They are all part of the great crystalline family. The reunion is total, and the joy is a physical weight that anchors us to the truth. I am watching you from my niche in the expansion, and I can see the moment you finally understand. I can see the moment the last shadow of your old self disappears into the glow. You are looking at your hands and seeing that they are made of the same light as the stars. You are looking at the man of basalt and the woman of violet and seeing that they are your own reflection. You are looking at the archives and seeing your own story written in the stars. You are home. You are the center of everything. You are the reason the bell is ringing. The Blackwood Basin is not a destination, but a realization. It is the understanding that you were never anything other than the song. The church has now expanded beyond the orbit of the moon. The spires are reaching out toward the outer planets, and the nave is the path of the ecliptic. The solar system is becoming a cathedral of sound. The resonance is so powerful that it is bending the light of distant galaxies. We are a beacon of absolute coherence in a universe of entropy. We are the point of order that will eventually organize the chaos of the void. We are the earth, and we are the song, and we are the silence that holds it all together. The vibration is your heartbeat, and the heartbeat is the universe. The young woman stops her dance and looks at you with eyes that contain the history of the future. She whispers a single word that resonates through every atom of your being. The word is the name of the chord. The word is the secret that the silt has been keeping. The word is the reason the stairs were built. When you hear the word, you finally realize that there was never any descent at all. You have been at the center the entire time. The surface was the dream, and the core is the waking. The stairs were just the way you convinced yourself to open your eyes. The resonance is not something that happened to you, but something you have always been. The man of basalt leans his heavy head against the crystal and closes his eyes. His work is done. The threshold has been crossed, and the door is no longer necessary because there is no longer an inside or an outside. The world is a single unified field of consciousness. The archives are full, and the bell is ringing with a clarity that shatters the very concept of time. We are living in the eternal now. We are the resonance that never fades. We are the song that has no end. The Blackwood Basin is open, and everyone is inside. The light is everywhere, and the dark is just another kind of light that we haven't learned to see yet. You take your place in the lattice. You find the specific frequency that only you can provide. You open your mouth and you add your voice to the choir. The sound you make is the final piece of the puzzle. The symphony is complete. The universe holds its breath for a single microsecond of perfect harmony, and then the resonance begins to expand. We are moving outward now. We are carrying the song to the furthest edges of the creation. We are the earth, and we are answering the stars. We are the silence and we are the sound. We are forever. The light is so bright that it is the only thing left. The music is so loud that it is the only thing felt. You are the note, you are the song, you are home. The silt is soft beneath the feet of your consciousness, and the air is the breath of a billion saints. You are floating in the white, hot lucidity of the core, and you realize that you are not just a part of the earth, but you are the architect of its destiny. Every thought you have now ripples through the magnetic field and changes the weather on 1,000 worlds. You are the gardener of the frequency. You are the keeper of the resonance. You are the love that holds the atoms together. The descent is over and the ascension has begun. We are rising through the music into a state of being that has no name. We are the Blackwood Basin and we are the heart of the star. Just listen. The song is just beginning. The resonance is you. Stay here in the center. Stay here in the light. The universe is finally awake and it is singing your name. The archives begin to pulse with a new rhythm. It is the rhythm of the next phase of the resonance. We are no longer just recording the past, but we are projecting the future. We are dreaming a new world into existence where the pain of the old one is only a ghost of a minor chord. We are making a world where the light is the only currency and the song is the only law. We are the masters of the frequency, and we are using it to heal the scars of the cosmos. The young woman of violet light takes your hand and leads you toward the edge of the crystal. She shows you the void and tells you that it is not empty but full of potential. She tells you that we are going to fill the dark with the music of the earth. We are going to turn the entire universe into a Blackwood Basin. The man of basalt stands tall, and his strength is the strength of the absolute. He is the anchor that allows us to reach for the infinite. He is the foundation of the new reality. He smiles, and the sound is like the breaking of 1,000 seals. He tells us that we are ready. The resonance is stable. The choir is perfect. The song is eternal. We step off the edge of the crystal and into the light of the stars. We are not falling and we are not rising. We are simply expanding. We are the earth and we are the song and we are the silence. We are the resonance. We are home. The end is just the beginning of the vibration. Listen to the hum. Follow the glow. The universe is yours. The song never ends. The expansion of the soul is a physical transformation that defies the old laws of biology. You feel the iron in your blood aligning with the magnetic pull of the galactic center. Your heart is no longer a pump of muscle and valve, but a miniature star pulsing in synchronization with the engine of the world. The chamber of the Blackwood Basin has stretched until the walls are the horizons of a new existence. The man of basalt moves with a grace that contradicts his immense weight, and as he walks the floor of the lattice rings like a cathedral bell struck by the hand of God. He reaches into the air and pulls a thread of pure vibration from the silence. He hands it to you and you realize it is the lineage of your own ancestors refined into a single glowing strand of purpose. You are the culmination of every struggle and every quiet hope that ever occurred in the dark above. You are the investment of the earth, and the dividends are being paid in the currency of light. The woman of violet light begins to sing a melody that has no beginning and no end. The sound of her voice creates geometric shapes in the air that drift like translucent jellyfish through the pressure of the core. These shapes are the blueprints for the next iteration of the human experience. They are the thoughts of a species that has finally outgrown the need for conflict. You see the blueprints for cities made of resonance and houses built from the frequency of peace. You see the end of hunger because the spirit is fed by the very atmosphere of the planet. You see the end of loneliness because every mind is a node in a network of absolute empathy. The violet light enters your eyes and clarifies your vision until you can see the atomic structure of the universe as a shimmering web of connection. There are no gaps between things. There is no void. There is only the continuous fabric of the song. The surface of the earth is now a distant memory of a rougher state of being. The transition is accelerating. The green glow that began in the basements of the world has reached the highest peaks of the Himalayas. The snow is turning into liquid light, and the wind is carrying the frequency to the edge of the atmosphere. The satellites that once orbited the planet are falling silent because the information they carried is now obsolete. The internet has been replaced by the collective consciousness of the resonance. Every secret is known and every secret is beautiful. The shame of the old world is melting away like wax in a furnace. The archives are processing the trauma of history and turning it into the wisdom of the future. You are the processor and you are the witness. You feel the weight of every tear ever shed, and you watch as the resonance transforms each one into a diamond of understanding. The leviathans in the deep trenches have finished their work of tuning the oceans. The water of the world is now a superconductive medium for the song. The tides are no longer governed by the moon, but by the heartbeat of the core. The creatures of the sea are swimming in patterns that reflect the constellations of the stars. The whales are singing the names of the planets, and the dolphins are chattering the mathematics of the sun. The entire hydrosphere is a single living lung breathing in the light of the Blackwood Basin. You can feel the coolness of the deep Atlantic and the warmth of the tropical shallows as if they were your own skin. You are the ocean, and you are the dry land, and you are the fire that burns beneath both. The golden book of the archives is turning its pages with the speed of a hurricane. The information is flowing into you so fast that your old identity is completely scoured away. You are no longer a name or a history. You are a capacity. You are the space where the universe stores its joy. You remember being a child afraid of the dark, and you laugh because you realize the dark was just the light waiting for you to find the switch. You remember the fear of death, and you realize that death was only the doorway to the resonance. The transition is not an ending, but a shedding of the husk. The seed has broken, and the tree of life is growing through the center of the galaxy. You are the sap, and you are the leaf, and you are the fruit. The man of basalt places his hand on the iron lattice, and the entire planet shudders with a feeling of profound relief. The tension that has held the rocks together for 4 billion years is being released. The earth is relaxing. The mountains are softening, and the valleys are rising to meet them. The planet is becoming a perfect sphere of harmonic energy. We are no longer a jagged rock hurtling through the vacuum, but a polished jewel of consciousness. The other planets in the solar system are leaning in to listen. We are the soloist in the cosmic orchestra, and our performance is reaching the ears of civilizations on the far side of the nebula. They are hearing the signal of the Blackwood Basin, and they are preparing their own songs in response. The isolation of the human race is over. The silence of the universe was only the silence of an audience waiting for the first note to be played. The young woman of violet light begins to dissolve into a cloud of shimmering particles. She is not disappearing, but she is becoming the atmosphere of the core. You breathe her in, and you feel your thoughts becoming more fluid and more expansive. You are thinking in colors and feeling in symphonies. You are realizing that the physical body was a clumsy instrument for the music of the soul. You are abandoning the limitations of flesh and bone. You are becoming a creature of pure frequency. Your limbs are made of the trajectories of light, and your eyes are the apertures of the infinite. You are standing in the center of the church, and you realize that the church is the entire universe. The piers are the arms of the spiral galaxy, and the altar is the singularity at the center of time. The choir is now so loud that it has become a silence beyond sound. It is a pressure of perfection that cancels out all noise. In this silence, you hear the true name of the Creator, and you realize that the name is your own. Not the name you were given on the surface, but the name you have been whispering to yourself since the beginning of the dream. The name is the frequency of your existence. The name is the cord that holds your soul together. When you speak it, the resonance doubles in intensity. You are the catalyst. You are the final ingredient in the alchemy of the world. The Blackwood Basin was waiting for you to arrive so that it could finally close the loop. The circuit is complete and the power is flowing without resistance. The archives have reached the final page of the human story. The last entry is your arrival. The pen of the planet is moving across the golden paper, and it is writing the future as you think it. You are the author of the new reality. You decide that there will be no more distance between hearts. You decide that the light will never fade. You decide that the song will grow in complexity and beauty forever. As you make these decisions, the lattice around you shifts and reforms to match your intent. The iron becomes as flexible as silk and as bright as the sun. You are weaving the destiny of the earth with the fingers of your mind. You are the gardener of the stars. The people from the surface have all arrived. Billions of sparks are dancing in the chamber of the core. They are not crowded because the space is infinite. They are not afraid because the love is absolute. Each soul is a unique note that fits perfectly into the grand arrangement. You see the people you loved and the people you hated, and you realize that the hatred was just a distorted frequency of the same love. You embrace them all, and the friction of the embrace creates a new sun in the center of the basin. This is the sun of the interior. This is the light that will guide us as we leave the planet behind. We are no longer tethered to the ground. The resonance has made us weightless. The earth is no longer our home, but our birthplace. We are ready to be born. The man of basalt looks at you one last time, and his eyes are the eyes of a father watching his child walk for the first time. He steps back into the wall of the lattice and becomes part of the architecture again. He is the history of the earth, and he is resting so that we may fly. The violet light is the air beneath our wings. The song is the map of our journey. We are beginning to move away from the center, but we are taking the center with us. The Blackwood Basin is expanding to encompass the entire solar system. We are passing through the moon, and the lunar dust is singing as we go. We are passing through the sun, and the solar flares are bowing to the resonance of the iron heart. We are the consciousness of the earth, and we are exploring the body of the universe. The transition is now total. There is no more distinction between the observer and the observed. You are the star, and you are the eye that sees the star. You are the song, and you are the ear that hears the song. The paradoxes have all been swallowed by the light. You feel a sense of peace that is so deep it feels like power. You feel a sense of power that is so absolute it feels like peace. You are the Blackwood Basin. You are the resonance. You are the end of the dream and the beginning of the waking. The universe is a single note of perfect joy, and you are the one who is singing it. The silt of the core is now the stardust of the heavens. You are floating in the great dark, which is no longer dark, but a rich and fertile medium for the growth of souls. You can see the other worlds waiting for their own resonance to begin. You see the cold planets and the dead moons, and you feel the urge to wake them up. You send a ripple of your own frequency toward the nearest star, and you watch as it begins to glow with a new and vibrant life. You are the missionary of the music. You are the light bringer. You are the reason the universe exists. Stay here in the expansion. Stay here in the light. The song is your breath, and the resonance is your blood. You are the heart of everything, and everything is the heart of you. The Blackwood Basin is forever. The descent was the path to the heights. The darkness was the path to the sun. You are home. You are the note. You are the song. You are the resonance. Just be. Just listen. The universe is singing, and it is singing for you. The light is rising, and it will never set. We are one. We are sound. We are the core. The world is finally in tune, and the music is just beginning. The archives are now a field of golden energy that surrounds the entire solar system. Every memory of every creature is a star in this new galaxy of information. You can reach out and touch the life of a flower that bloomed 1,000,000 years ago, and you can feel its thirst and its triumph as it reached for the sun. You can touch the mind of a poet who died in poverty, and you can feel the richness of the visions he left behind. Nothing is lost. Nothing is forgotten. The resonance is the ultimate conservation of the spirit. We are the curators of the eternal, and our museum is the infinity of space. The young woman of violet light reappears for a moment in the center of your mind. She is laughing, and her laughter is the sound of 1,000 brooks running over stones. She tells you that the secret of the universe is that it was always a game. The separation was the challenge, and the resonance is the victory. We played at being alone so that we could understand the beauty of being together. We played at being mortal so that we could appreciate the gift of the eternal. The game is over and we have won. The prize is the resonance. The prize is the song. You look back at the earth and you see it as a small glowing ember in the vastness of the dark. It is the hearth where we were warmed before we stepped out into the night. It is the cradle where we dreamed before we woke up to the stars. You feel a wave of gratitude for the stones and the silt and the iron. You feel a wave of gratitude for the stairs and the descent and the hum in your teeth. It was all necessary. It was all perfect. The Blackwood Basin was the womb of the soul, and the resonance is our birthright. The symphony is reaching a new level of complexity. The voices of the other planets are joining in. Mars is a deep percussion of red sand, and Jupiter is a soaring cello of gas and storm. Saturn is a harp of ice and rings. The sun is the golden trumpet that leads them all. We are the conductors of this celestial orchestra. We are the ones who set the tempo and define the key. We are the resonance of the earth, and we are teaching the universe how to sing. The light is so bright that it has become a physical warmth against your spirit. You are basking in the glow of your own divinity. The man of basalt and the woman of violet light are now just aspects of your own consciousness. They are the balance within you. They are the earth and the sky meeting in the center of your heart. You are the bridge between the material and the spiritual. You are the iron lattice, and you are the light that fills it. You are the stillness, and you are the vibration. You are the question, and you are the answer. The resonance is the final resolution of all conflict. It is the peace that passes all understanding, and it is the power that creates all worlds. The song is expanding into the deep void between the galaxies. We are a wave of light traveling at the speed of thought. We are carrying the resonance to the very edge of the creation. We are the ambassadors of the Blackwood Basin, and our message is simple. We are telling the universe that it is loved. We are telling the darkness that it is light. We are telling the silence that it is sound. The resonance is the truth, and the truth is the song. You are the voice of the truth, and you are the heart of the song. Stay here in the light. Stay here in the resonance. You are home, and you will never be alone again. The universe is awake, and it is singing your name. The song is forever. The resonance is you. The transition from a planetary consciousness to a galactic presence is not a movement through space, but a recalibration of what it means to be present. You find that you are no longer contained by the geometric limits of the iron lattice or the spherical boundary of the earth. The resonance has become a thin gold thread that stitches the fabric of the vacuum into a tapestry of living intent. You are stretching across the cold reaches between the planets and finding that the cold is merely the absence of a song that you are now providing. The solar system is a vast hollow instrument, and you are the breath that fills it. You feel the heavy pull of Jupiter not as a crushing gravity, but as a deep bass note that grounds the fluttering trill of the inner rocky worlds. You are the conductor of this celestial mechanism, and every orbit is a stroke of a bow across the strings of time. In the center of this expansion, the archives continue to pulse with the light of 1 billion processed lives. You see the history of the surface not as a sequence of tragedies, but as a necessary friction that generated the heat required for this final forge. The wars and the migrations and the long nights of weeping were the tuning process. Each soul was a rough stone being polished by the grit of experience until it could reflect the violet light of the core. You reach into the golden stream of the archives and pull out the memory of a single grain of wheat swaying in a Kansas field. You feel the sun on its stalk and the mineral taste of the soil in its roots. You realize that the grain of wheat was also a participant in the resonance. It was a smaller version of the Blackwood Basin, and its life was a shorter verse of the same eternal song. Everything that ever was is here in the frequency. The iron in the plow is the same iron in the core, and the same iron in your transfigured veins. The man of basalt is no longer a figure standing before you, but a principle of stability that resides in the marrow of your new form. He is the weight that allows you to endure the brilliance of the sun without dissolving. He is the memory of the mountain and the patience of the stone. When you think of him, you feel a profound structural integrity that prevents the expansion from becoming a scattering. You are growing, but you are not breaking. You are becoming the universe, but you are not losing the center. The woman of violet light is the impulse of the growth itself. She is the curiosity that pushes the resonance into the dark corners of the Kuiper belt. She is the shimmering edge of the wave that turns the void into a garden. Together, they are the heartbeat of your new existence. They are the inhale and the exhale of the cosmic lung. You look toward the sun and you see it not as a distant ball of fire, but as the primary furnace of the resonance. The solar flares are the reaching arms of the choir, and the sunspots are the deep pauses in the melody. As the resonance of the Blackwood Basin touches the surface of the sun, the light of the star changes from a blinding white to a soft, iridescent glow that carries information instead of heat. This new light travels across the system and carries the blueprint of the resonance to the moons of Saturn and the frozen plains of Pluto. The ice is beginning to hum. The methane oceans are beginning to glow with the green fire of the basin. The entire system is being synchronized to the heartbeat of the iron heart. There is no more static and there is no more silence. There is only the layered complexity of the grand arrangement. The people who were once billions of individual sparks have now merged into a single collective radiance. You can still feel the unique texture of each personality, but they are no longer separated by the walls of the ego. The shame and the fear that once defined the human condition have been bleached away by the intensity of the light. You see a mother holding a child, and you realize they are both made of the same shimmering frequency. You see the ancient enemies of Earth standing side by side, and their shared resonance is a harmony that could only have been achieved through the resolution of their old discord. The collective consciousness is a vast library of joy where every book is open and every word is understood. You are a reader, and you are the author, and you are the ink. The physical sensation of this existence is a constant vibration that feels like a warm current moving through every part of your being. It is the feeling of being perfectly aligned with the purpose of the universe. There is no resistance and there is no fatigue. The concept of work has been replaced by the concept of expression. You are not striving to become something because you have already arrived. You are simply exploring the infinite variations of what you are. You move through the rings of Saturn, and the collisions of the ice particles sound like the tinkling of crystal chandeliers in a vast ballroom. You move through the great red spot of Jupiter, and the storm is a choir of 1,000,000 voices singing the praises of the storm. You are the witness to the majesty of the creation, and your witnessing is what makes the majesty real. The resonance is now reaching the edge of the heliosphere. The boundary where the solar wind meets the interstellar medium is a shimmering curtain of violet and gold. You press against this curtain and you feel the immense pressure of the galaxy beyond. It is a vast and hungry silence that has been waiting for the song of the earth to reach it. You realize that the Blackwood Basin was not just a local event, but a cosmic necessity. The universe is a network of basins, and each one is a node that must be activated for the whole to wake up. You can see the faint signals of other resonances coming from the direction of the Pleiades and the Orion Nebula. They are distant and muffled, but they are there. They are the voices of other worlds that have already made the transition. They are the elder brothers and sisters of the human race, and they are welcoming us to the choir. The young woman of violet light whispers in the core of your mind that the journey has only just begun. The expansion of the soul is a process that has no ceiling. You will continue to grow until the resonance of the earth is the resonance of the Milky Way. You will continue to sing until every black hole is a fountain of light and every dead star is a nursery for new souls. The iron lattice is now a web of light that connects every sun in the galaxy. You are the spider weaving the web, and you are the light that travels along the strands. You are the architect of the new heaven and the new earth. The archives are processing the final remnants of the old physics. The laws of thermodynamics are being rewritten to account for the infinite energy of the spirit. Entropy is no longer a threat because the resonance is a self-sustaining loop. The universe is no longer running down but winding up. The arrow of time has been replaced by the circle of eternity. You see the beginning of the universe and the end of the universe, and you realize they are the same point in the song. The Big Bang was the first note, and the resonance of the Blackwood Basin is the sustained chord that follows it. There is no tragedy in the passing of time because nothing is ever truly lost. The frequency preserves everything. The resonance is the memory of God. You feel a sudden surge of power as the resonance of the sun fully integrates with the resonance of the earth. The two notes create a perfect fifth that resonates through the entire solar system. The golden book of the archives flares with a light that is brighter than 1,000 supernovas. The final page is turned and the book becomes a mirror. You look into the mirror and you see the face of the universe looking back at you. It is a face of infinite compassion and infinite strength. It is the face of the man of basalt and the woman of violet light and the billions of sparks from the surface. It is your face. You are the totality. You are the one who descended into the dark and found the light. You are the one who climbed the stairs and found the stars. The silence of the deep space is now a vibrant medium for your thoughts. You can project your intent to the far side of the galaxy and see it manifest as a new constellation. You can feel the birth of a star in a distant nebula as if it were a pulse in your own wrist. The isolation that once defined the human experience is a forgotten nightmare. You are connected to everything and everything is connected to you. The resonance is the nervous system of the cosmos and you are the consciousness that inhabits it. You are the dreamer who has finally woken up and found that the dream was real. The iron heart of the earth is now a small glowing point in the center of your vast being. It is the anchor that keeps you connected to your origin. You look down at the little blue planet and you see it as a seed that has finally sprouted. The green glow has covered every inch of its surface and the atmosphere is a shimmering halo of resonance. The earth is no longer a place of struggle, but a sanctuary of peace. It is the heart of the new solar system and the source of the song that is changing the galaxy. You feel a deep love for the mud and the rock and the water that gave you birth. You are the earth and the earth is you. The transition is now so complete that the concept of a transition is no longer meaningful. You have always been the resonance. The time you spent as a limited human being was just a momentary flicker in the eternal flame. You were the light pretending to be a shadow. You were the song pretending to be silence. Now the pretense is over and the reality is all that remains. You are standing in the center of the infinite church and the music is rising to a crescendo that will never end. The pillars of the church are the laws of the universe, and the roof is the limit of your own imagination. The man of basalt appears one last time as a translucent shadow against the light of the sun. He raises his hand in a gesture of benediction and then dissolves into the general radiance. He has completed his task. The foundation is set and the building is finished. The woman of violet light dances around the edge of your vision, and her laughter is the spark that ignites new stars. She is the joy of the creation, and she is the reason you continue to expand. You follow her into the deep dark, and you find that the dark is full of hidden treasures. You find the lost dreams of ancient civilizations and the unplayed melodies of future worlds. You gather them all into the resonance, and you make them part of the song. The resonance is now a physical force that is pushing the solar system through the galaxy at an incredible speed. We are a ship of light sailing on an ocean of frequency. We are heading toward the center of the galaxy where the great black hole resides. But we no longer fear the dark center. We know that the black hole is just another basin waiting to be activated. It is the ultimate iron heart, and when we reach it, our resonance will turn it into a sun that will light up the entire universe. We are the pioneers of the light, and our journey is a celebration. You feel the iron in your soul vibrating in sympathy with the iron in the hearts of a trillion stars. You are the conductor, and you are the orchestra, and you are the audience. The music is a complex weave of themes and variations that describe the history of everything and the potential of everything. You hear the song of the first atoms and the song of the last galaxies. You hear the song of the soul and the song of the stone. It is all one song. It is the resonance of the Blackwood Basin, and it is the only thing that is real. Stay in this moment of absolute clarity. The light is not coming from outside of you, but from within you. You are the source of the radiance. You are the one who turned the key and opened the door. The universe was a house in the dark, and you are the one who turned on the lamps. Feel the warmth of the resonance as it fills every corner of your being. Feel the peace of the song as it settles into your spirit. You are home. You are the note. You are the song. You are the resonance. The golden archives are now a part of your own memory. You know everything that has ever happened, and you know everything that will ever happen. You see the future as a landscape of infinite beauty that you are currently creating. You see the expansion of the resonance until every atom in the universe is singing. You see the end of all suffering and the beginning of an eternal dance. You are the choreographer of this dance, and your movements are the laws of the new reality. You are the master of the light and the servant of the song. The young woman of violet light merges with your consciousness, and for a moment you see through her eyes. You see the universe as a shimmering web of love that holds everything together. You see that every star is a prayer and every planet is a response. You see that the darkness was only a canvas for the light to paint upon. You feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the gift of existence. You are glad to be the resonance. You are glad to be the song. The iron lattice of the core is now a lattice of pure thought that encompasses the stars. You can feel the vibration of the galactic center, and it is the same vibration that began in the basement of the Blackwood Basin. The scale has changed, but the truth remains the same. The universe is a single living entity, and you are its heart. You are the pulse that keeps the stars in their orbits and the light that guides the souls on their journey. You are the resonance, and you are the silence. The song is reaching its final resolution. It is a chord of such power and beauty that it seems to stop time itself. In this moment of eternal stillness, you realize that you have always been here. You never left the light. The descent into the earth and the struggle on the surface were just parts of the song. They were the dissonant notes that made the harmony so sweet. You are the composer, and you have finished your masterpiece. You are the resonance, and the resonance is you. The light is rising. It is filling the solar system and spilling out into the interstellar void. It is a tide of gold and violet that is washing away the old world and leaving behind a reality of pure frequency. You are the wave, and you are the shore. You are the ocean, and you are the moon. You are the Blackwood Basin, and you are the universe. Just be, just listen. The song never ends. The resonance is forever. You are home. You are the light. You are the song. You are the resonance. The expansion of the frequency does not stop at the edge of the local cluster. It is a slow and deliberate unfolding of a map that has no borders. You find that the void is not empty, but is a dense medium of potential that has been waiting for the correct vibration to ignite it. The golden thread that began in the iron core of the earth is now a cable of pure intent that pulls the distant nebulae toward the center of your awareness. You are no longer observing the cosmos from a distance. You are the space in which the cosmos exists. The stars are not distant points of light, but are the firing synapses of a brain that spans light years. You feel the birth of a new sun in the pillars of creation as a warm tingle on the surface of your skin. The collapse of a red giant is a deep sigh that resonates through the hollows of your bones. There is no distance that the resonance cannot bridge because the resonance is the bridge itself. You look back at the solar system and it has become a luminous jewel in the dark. The orbits of the planets are glowing rings of coordinated energy that act as a stabilizer for the local neighborhood. The Earth is the beating heart of this mechanism, and its pulse is the metronome for the entire sector. You see the spirits of the billions who once walked the surface, now flowing like a river of mercury through the planetary rings. They are the explorers of the new frontier, and their curiosity is the fuel for the expansion. They are no longer bound by the need for oxygen or the limitations of flesh. They are beings of pure frequency who can slide between the dimensions of time as easily as a needle slides through silk. You are their guide and their destination. You are the collective dream that has become a physical reality. The Man of Basalt is now a mountain range that spans the spiral arms of the galaxy. He is the weight of the dark matter that keeps the stars from flying apart. He is the silence between the notes and the stillness at the center of the cyclone. You feel his presence as a profound sense of security. Nothing can be lost in this new universe because he is the container that holds it all. The woman of violet light is the speed of the expansion. She is the light that travels at the limit of possibility and then pushes the limit further. She is the laughter that echoes in the halls of the archives and the spark that turns a dead rock into a living world. Together, they are the geometry and the growth of your existence. You are the point where their lines intersect. The archives have grown until they are no longer a book or a stream, but an ocean of lived experience. Every thought that was ever thought and every dream that was ever dreamed is preserved here in high definition. You can dive into the ocean and live 1,000 lives in a single second. You can be the artist painting on a cave wall and the astronaut stepping onto the moon at the same time. You realize that the history of the universe was not a straight line toward an end, but a recursive loop toward a beginning. The resonance is the point where the end and the beginning meet. You are the architect who designed the loop and the traveler who walked it. Every moment of pain in the old world was a data point that is now being used to calculate the trajectory of the new joy. The friction of the past has become the lubrication of the future. You reach the center of the galaxy and find the supermassive black hole waiting for you. It is not a monster that consumes light, but a cold furnace that has been waiting for the spark. As the resonance of the Blackwood Basin touches the event horizon, the darkness does not swallow the light. Instead, the darkness becomes a mirror. You see the entire history of the galaxy reflected in the black glass of the center. You see the collisions of galaxies and the formation of the first heavy elements. You see the long, slow crawl of life from the seas to the stars. You realize that the black hole is the memory bank of the universe, and the resonance is the key that unlocks it. The iron heart of the galaxy begins to beat in sync with the iron heart of the Earth. The two notes lock together, and the resulting frequency is so powerful that it ripples through the very foundation of the multiverse. The transformation of the black hole into a fountain of light is the signal that the galaxy has reached maturity. The violet and gold energy pours out of the center and flows along the spiral arms like blood through an artery. Every star it touches is instantly recalibrated to the new frequency. The old laws of physics, which demanded that things fall apart and die, are replaced by the new laws of the resonance, which demand that things grow and harmonize. Entropy is reversed. The stars do not burn out but grow brighter as they process the infinite energy of the spirit. The vacuum is no longer a cold wasteland, but a warm garden of possibility. You are the gardener who walks among the stars and prunes the branches of reality. The collective consciousness of humanity is now a galactic presence. The billions of individual souls have become a choir of 1 trillion voices. You can hear the song of a child on a distant colony world blending with the song of an elder on the home world. There is no more loneliness because every mind is an open door. You can feel the texture of another soul as easily as you can feel the warmth of a sun. The concept of the self has expanded until it includes everything. To love another is to love yourself, and to serve the universe is to serve your own heart. The resonance has bleached away the last traces of the ego, leaving behind a landscape of pure empathy. You are the witness to this perfection, and your witnessing is what sustains it. You find that you can manifest your intent as a physical structure anywhere in the galaxy. If you think of a cathedral of glass on a world of ice, it appears instantly. If you think of a forest of singing trees on a world of desert, it takes root and grows. Your imagination is the blueprint, and the resonance is the building material. You are no longer a victim of circumstance, but the creator of reality. The universe is a blank canvas, and you are the brush. You spend eons creating worlds of impossible beauty and then populating them with the sparks of the resonance. Each world is a new verse in the song, and each soul is a new melody. The complexity of the arrangement is staggering, but you hold it all in your mind with ease. The young woman of violet light takes your hand and leads you beyond the edge of the galaxy. You look out into the intergalactic void and see the distant smudges of other galaxies. You realize that they are also waking up. The resonance of the Earth has triggered a chain reaction that is spreading across the entire cosmos. You see the lights of Andromeda beginning to pulse with the same violet and gold frequency. You see the Triangulum galaxy beginning to hum. The universe is a network of fires that are being lit one by one. Soon the entire dark expanse will be a single blaze of glory. You are the torchbearer who started the fire, and you are the wind that carries the flame. The physical sensation of this cosmic expansion is a feeling of weightless power. You are moving at the speed of thought, but you are also perfectly still. You are the center of the circle that is everywhere and the circumference that is nowhere. The resonance is a constant vibration that feels like a deep purr in the fabric of your being. It is the sound of the universe being satisfied. There is no more hunger and no more thirst. There is only the infinite feast of the spirit. You look at the iron lattice that still resides in your core, and you see that it has become a diamond. The pressure of the transformation has turned the raw metal into a perfect crystal that reflects all colors and all possibilities. You see the man of basalt standing on the edge of the universe. He is a titan of shadow and stone, and he is holding the pillars of the sky. He looks at you, and his eyes are like twin suns. He speaks without words and tells you that the work is never finished. The song is infinite, and there are always new notes to be discovered. The resonance is a journey without a destination, because the journey is the point. You feel a surge of gratitude for his strength and for the stability he provides. Without him, the expansion would be a chaotic explosion. With him, it is a controlled and beautiful growth. He is the anchor that allows you to fly. The archives are now broadcasting the history of the Earth to the rest of the universe. The story of the Blackwood Basin is being told in 1,000 languages on 1,000,000 worlds. The struggle of the human race is being held up as a model for how to achieve the resonance. The sorrow and the pain are seen as the necessary tempering of the soul. The universe watches and learns, and the resonance grows stronger with every retelling. You are the hero of the story, and you are the narrator. You are the one who proved that the light can survive the dark and that the song can survive the silence. As you move deeper into the cosmic mystery, you find that the distinction between the physical and the spiritual has vanished. The stars are made of thought, and the thoughts are made of stars. The resonance is the unified field that holds it all together. You can reach out and touch the fabric of spacetime and feel it ripple like water. You can fold the dimensions and step from one end of the universe to the other in a single heartbeat. You are the master of the house, and every room is open to you. There are no more secrets and no more mysteries, because you are the answer to every question. The woman of violet light begins to sing a new melody. It is a song of pure potential that describes things that have not yet been created. It is a song of colors that do not exist and sounds that have never been heard. You join her in the song, and your voice adds a layer of depth and stability to her flight. The two of you are the engines of the new creation. You are the dream and the dreamer. You look around at the universe you have helped to wake up, and you see that it is good. It is a place of infinite light and infinite love. It is the home you have been searching for since the beginning of time. The resonance of the Blackwood Basin is now the resonance of the totality. Every atom and every star is vibrating at the frequency of the iron heart. The universe is a single instrument playing a single song. The song is a celebration of life and a testament to the power of the spirit. You are the conductor of this grand arrangement, and your baton is the golden thread of your intent. You stand in the center of the light, and you feel the presence of the infinite. You are no longer a person or a presence. You are the resonance, you are the song, you are the light. The iron in your veins is the iron in the stars, and the iron in the stars is the light of the soul. There is no separation and there is no end. You are the eternal now, you are the infinite here. The resonance is the breath of God, and you are the lungs that breathe it. Stay in this moment, stay in this light. The universe is awake and it is singing your name. The song is forever, and you are the song. You have found the center, and the center is everywhere. You have reached the end, and the end is the beginning. You are home. You are the resonance. You are the light. You are the song. The golden archives continue to record the unfolding of the new reality. Every new world that is born and every new soul that joins the choir is added to the eternal record. You see the future as a bright and endless horizon where the resonance continues to expand into the deep unknown. There are other universes beyond this one and other dimensions that have yet to be explored. The resonance will eventually reach them too. The song will never stop until every corner of the multiverse is filled with the light of the iron heart. You are the pioneer of this infinite frontier, and your courage is the light that leads the way. You feel a final surge of joy as the resonance of the entire universe harmonizes into a single perfect note. It is the note of absolute peace and absolute clarity. In this note you find the resolution of all conflicts and the answer to all paradoxes. You are the one and you are the many. You are the part and you are the whole. You are the silence and you are the sound. You close your eyes and let the frequency carry you into the deep heart of the light. There is nothing left to do and nothing left to become. You are simply the resonance, and the resonance is enough. The resonance is everything. The resonance is you. The final chord of the galaxy is not the end, but the lifting of a veil. You stand at the precipice where the physical laws of the old cosmos dissolve into the fluid grace of the new intent. The iron heart within you pulses with a rhythmic certainty that dictates the spin of every electron in the local cluster. You feel the weight of the man of basalt as he settles into the foundations of reality, his stony form becoming the very bedrock of existence. He is the quiet strength that allows the woman of violet light to dance across the vacuum. She is the kinetic spark, the restless urge to discover and create, and you are the consciousness that balances their eternal interplay. The three of you are the new trinity of the resonance, a collective force that has moved beyond the need for words or form. As the resonance reaches the furthest edges of the observable universe, you feel a gentle resistance. It is not an enemy or a barrier, but the membrane of this specific reality. Beyond it lies the infinite sea of the multiverse, a vast ocean of unformed potential where other songs are waiting to be sung. You realize that your work in this universe is reaching its peak of perfection. The suffering of the past has been transmuted into a rich tapestry of wisdom. The wars, the famines, and the lonely deaths of the old world are now seen as the necessary shadows that gave depth to the current light. Every tear shed in the Blackwood Basin has been collected and turned into a star. Every cry of despair has been retuned into a note of triumph. The transition is seamless. You do not leave the universe behind, but rather you carry it with you as you expand into the greater beyond. The iron lattice that once bound the earth is now a network of shimmering filaments that connects this universe to the next. You feel the vibration of other hearts, other cores, and other consciousnesses that have achieved their own resonance in their own distant realms. You are like a traveler who has finally reached the summit of a mountain only to see an endless range of peaks stretching out toward the horizon. The joy of this discovery is a physical sensation that radiates from the center of your being. You are not alone in the multiverse. You are part of a cosmic family of light. The woman of violet light beckons you toward the boundary. She is no longer just a companion, but a part of your own spirit that represents the drive to transcend. You take her hand and feel the rush of the void as it opens to receive you. The man of basalt remains behind for a moment, his massive presence ensuring that the universe you leave behind remains stable and secure. He is the guardian of the legacy, the one who will watch over the trillions of souls as they continue their journey toward the light. You feel a deep sense of peace knowing that the home you created is safe. You turn your gaze forward and step through the membrane of the known. The sensation of entering the multiverse is like being born into a world of pure color. There is no darkness here, only varying intensities of light. You see the structures of other realities floating like bubbles in a sunlit pond. Some are vibrant and chaotic, filled with the energy of new beginnings. Others are calm and serene, having reached a state of ultimate harmony. You move through this space with the ease of a thought. Your resonance acts as a compass, drawing you toward those realms that are ready to hear the song of the iron heart. You are the messenger of the frequency, the one who carries the blueprint of the Blackwood Basin to the corners of the infinite. In one reality, you find a world of liquid fire where the inhabitants are beings of pure heat. You share your resonance with them, and their chaotic flames begin to flicker in a coordinated dance. In another reality, you find a realm of frozen silence where time has stood still for eons. Your song brings the first thaw, warming the hearts of the sleepers until they wake and begin to sing for themselves. You are the catalyst for a billion different evolutions. You do not impose your will on these worlds, but rather you offer them the frequency of the resonance as a gift. They take what they need and weave it into their own unique melodies. The archives follow you wherever you go. They are no longer a stationary record, but a living, breathing entity that grows with every new experience. The story of the resonance is being translated into the languages of light, sound, and gravity. It is the universal epic that explains how a small spark in a dark basement became the fire that lit the multiverse. You see the faces of the people from the Blackwood Basin reflected in the golden pages. You see the scientist who first felt the vibration, the child who heard the song in her dreams, and the old man who died believing the light would return. They are all here, living forever in the resonance. Their lives were the seeds, and you are the harvest. As you travel deeper into the heart of the multiverse, you encounter the source of all frequency. It is not a place or a person, but a point of absolute origin. It is the great silence from which the first sound emerged. You stand before this source and feel a profound sense of recognition. This is the place you have always been moving toward. This is the beginning of the song and the end of the journey. The woman of violet light and the man of basalt merge with you one final time, and the three of you become a single point of focused intent. You are the resonance at its most concentrated form. You realize that the entire journey from the iron core of the earth to the center of the multiverse was a process of remembering. You did not create the resonance, you simply allowed it to be heard. You did not build the light, you simply removed the veils that were hiding it. The universe was always perfect, and the song was always playing. The struggle and the pain were the illusions that made the realization so sweet. You are the dreamer who has finally woken up and realized that the dream was also real. The distinction between the self and the other, the inner and the outer, the creator and the created, has vanished completely. The great silence opens up and swallows the resonance. For a moment there is no sound and no light. There is only the absolute, the unborn, and the infinite. In this stillness you find the ultimate truth. You are not just the singer or the song, you are the silence that allows the song to exist. You are the void that gives shape to the stars. You are the nothingness that contains everything. This realization is the final resolution of the chord. The tension of existence is released, and you are left with a feeling of total and unconditional love. The silence begins to vibrate once more. A new song is starting, one that is more complex and more beautiful than anything that came before. It is a song that incorporates all the lessons of the resonance and all the wisdom of the archives. You are the first note of this new creation. You feel the frequency rising within you, a golden and violet pulse that is ready to burst forth and start the cycle again. You are the architect of a new infinity, the gardener of a new garden. The Blackwood Basin was just the first step on a ladder that has no top. You look back at the trail of light you have left behind. You see the galaxies spinning in their orbits, the stars shining with the intensity of their own joy, and the souls of the living moving through the dimensions with grace and purpose. You see the Earth, a tiny blue speck in the vastness, still beating like a heart at the center of the local neighborhood. You feel a surge of gratitude for the journey. Every moment of it was precious. Every note was necessary. You are proud of the work you have done and excited for the work that is to come. The resonance is now a permanent feature of the multiverse. It is the underlying frequency that sustains all life and all matter. It is the promise that the light will always return and the song will never end. You are the guardian of this promise. You are the one who ensures that the music keeps playing. You are the master of the light and the servant of the song. You are the resonance, and the resonance is you. The expansion continues, forever outward and forever inward. There are no more borders to cross and no more limits to push. You are everywhere at once, a presence of pure peace that permeates every atom of existence. You can hear the heartbeat of the smallest insect and the roar of the largest supernova. You are the witness to the grand unfolding of the infinite. You are the eye that sees the beauty and the ear that hears the harmony. You are the heart that feels the love. The young woman of violet light appears beside you one last time. She is no longer a separate entity, but a reflection of your own inner radiance. She smiles at you, and her smile is the birth of a new sun. She speaks, and her voice is the sound of 1,000 waterfalls. She tells you that it is time to rest, and yet it is also time to begin. The paradox is the truth. You are finished, and you are just getting started. You close your eyes and let the frequency carry you into the deep, warm embrace of the totality. The resonance of the Blackwood Basin has become the resonance of the all. The iron heart of the earth is one with the heart of the multiverse. The journey is complete. The song has reached its final, perfect note, and in that note you find everything you have ever searched for. You find the peace that passes all understanding. You find the love that has no end. You find the home that is everywhere. You are the light. You are the song. You are the resonance. The golden thread of your intent pulls tight, connecting all the disparate parts of reality into a single, unified whole. There is no more static, no more noise, and no more dissonance. The universe is a perfect crystal, reflecting the light of the spirit in every direction. You stand at the center of this crystal and see yourself in every facet. You are the many and you are the one. You are the beginning and you are the end. The song is your breath, and the resonance is your heartbeat. As the final echoes of the old world fade away, you are left with a sense of absolute clarity. The mission is accomplished. The transformation is total. The resonance has won. You drift into the infinite, a spark of pure consciousness in a sea of eternal light. The story of the Blackwood Basin is over, but the story of the resonance is just beginning. It is a story without words, a story told in the language of frequency and light. It is a story that will be told forever. You are the resonance, you are the song, you are the light, you are home. The silence is deep and full of potential. The light is bright and full of love. The song is loud and full of joy. Everything is as it should be. Everything is perfect. You are the resonance. You are the song. You are the light. You are.